May salawat and salam always be upon our Prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so glad to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations.
Well, let's open our agenda today by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To start our event today, let's listen together to the recitation of the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Mujadalah, verse 11 to 12. That will be recited by Muhammad Zainuddin Amri. Please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis Idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalisi fafsahu yafsahillahu lakum. Wa idza qila shuzu fanshuzu yarfa'illahu alladhina amanu minkum. وَالَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْعِلْمَ دَرَجَاتٍ وَالَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْعِلْمَ دَرَجَاتٍ تعملون خبير. صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sadaqallahul azim, sadaqallahul azim, wa nahnu ala dhalika minasyahidin.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite all audience to rise and sing the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta's anthem. All audience, please stand up. Sang Surya by Kiai Haji Jarnawi Hadikusumo. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta's Anthem by Agus Kurnia Wibowo.
Wujudkan sarjana muslim
please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda. Report by Chairman of the 7th ICOSI 2023, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD. The stage is yours.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Suaib, Master of Agriculture, Director of Research, Technology and Community Service, Directorate, Ministry of Education, Research and Technology of Republic of Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MPIPM, as Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The Honorable Professor Dr. Diah Mutiarin, MSI, as the Head of Research and Innovation Center, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and the Honorable for all the keynote speaker that already come here and accepted our invitation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, first, here I would like to welcome you all to this Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, especially for this event, which is International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2023. As this year, this conference is the 7th. So this university already held this conference in the 7 consecutive years, and already produced so many contribution to the science, community, and technology of Indonesia and also the other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, so here I would like to report some of the results of this conference. First, maybe you are a little bit confused about the conference because some of you are attending maybe the name is different with what you attend now. What is the difference? I think this is not the different. This is not different. Why? Because International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or we call it ICOSI 2023, is the big conference, or we can call it the umbrella of the conference that held by UMY. And then in this year, we do have 14 focal conference. You can see in my right side, 7 focal conference, and then my left side is the 7 focal conferences. So maybe some of you are attending from those or among those focal conference. And then those 14 focal conference are covering wide range of discipline from medical science, and then agriculture, engineering, economic, management, accounting, law, social, humaniora, and also education. So through this conference, we hope that we can share together our valuable knowledge and contribute to our society, local, national, also global. And then this year, this ICOSI collected more than 1,000 of abstract that submitted to this conference, which consists of from 14 focal conference. And then the participant who attend offline of this conference is around 250 external participants, and also around 300 of internal participants. So we can call it more than 500 offline participants come to UMY and enjoy Yogyakarta. And the rest of participants, they are enjoying or contributing this conference through online. So we also welcome the online participant of this conference. And then the last thing I want to report that this conference which is supported by 14 focal conference, already collaborated with many Scopus index journal, also many Scopus index proceeding. Why we are trying to get the Scopus index journal or proceeding? Because this Scopus indexation now still become the leading to make us can contribute to the international scientist community. I think that's all from me, and we are also would like to thanks to the university for supporting us, also the community, the committees who are supporting us, also the all participants and keynote speaker who attend this conference. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zuhud Razaki, PhD, for the report.
And ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, welcoming remarks by directors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM, ASEAN Engineering. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, let us offer our gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There is no God but Him. Allah gives us guidance, mercy, and spirit so that we could gather together in this event. Salawat and salam continuously being praised to Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, the leader, the role model, and the best practice of humanity. Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, scholars, researchers, and innovators from around the world, welcome to the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, ICOSI 2023. This year brings up 14 focals conference altogether and this 2 days event. Our university indeed has committed to holding this event yearly since its success in 2019. ICOSI 2023 is very challenging for us because we are doing it hybrid. So participants could actually attend the conference to this venue and also present their research from wherever they are. This gathering is a momentum where academia, industry, and government converge to make a real impact on society through cutting-edge research and dynamic collaboration. We offer more than 1,100 abstracts, 900 full papers, and 800 presenters. This conference exemplifies our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and shaping a better, more sustainable world. The term strengthening global response and dynamic collaboration towards society 5.0 aligns perfectly with our university vision. Society 5.0 envision a human-centric society where technology, innovation, and humanity converge to address current challenges. As we gather here, we plant the seed for dynamic collaboration that bring us closer to realizing these principles of Society 5.0. At Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, we believe in applying knowledge for societal betterment. To achieve this, university, industry, government collaboration is indispensable. This powerful three-helix drives research towards actionable solution and societal impact. During this conference, I urge our participants to embrace collaboration and cross-disciplinary exchange. Let us push hard research that revolutionaries, industries, and transforms life. Together, we can build a brighter and more sustainable future for all. My sincere appreciation to researchers, academic, industry leaders, and policymakers who contributed. Your dedication and passion for advancing knowledge inspire us all. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation to all committees. The event has just begun, but we still have the responsibility with the paper and publication. I want to thank the committees for all the fruitful hard work so far, and please keep on giving the best service to all partners, speakers, and participants. Thank you very much. Stay healthy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM ASEAN Engineer, for the remarks.
We are going to listen to the speech that will be delivered by the Director of Research, Technology, and Community Service, Directoral General of Higher Education, to Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Shuaib, Master of Agriculture. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah ala kulli ni'matillah. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Excellencies, scholars, college and attendants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rector of University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Prof. Gunawan. I'm sorry I cannot attend physically there, but I'm glad can see you all again, even virtually today. Board members of Muhammadiyah, distinguished guests, invited speakers, researchers, students, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, selamat pagi, salam sehat sejahtera dan bahagia selalu. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we know the world has been changing and it will keep on change forever. Unstoppable. Especially in the recent decade, the change is getting faster and disrupting. We know climate change, environmental change, industrial and economical change, technological change, geopolitical change, and it even has been worsening by global stagnation to the global pandemic in the last 3 years, as well as some regional conflicts that still happen in some region in our earth. So the need and the way to face the problem of human life undoubtedly must adapt to the disrupting change of the world. Therefore, we have to make our best effort to tackle several issues we have been facing right now. In the situation of growing needs along with depletion of resources, even might be go faster in the future. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it has been estimated that by the 2050, the global population will exceed 9 billion people. Competition for resources and supply chain will be getting more severe and struggling. Undoubtedly, the use of advanced technology and relevant innovation is always needed. Who win in technical competition for sure will gain more benefit. Distinguished scholars, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Asia is surely a very important region for the future of global economics industry. The availability of resources, the growing population and market, the growing in economy industry, And Asia is the region where comprised more than two-thirds of global population. 6 among 10 most populous countries in the world are in Asia. And Indonesia is one of the largest and resource diversity countries in Asia and in the world. Indonesia is the 4th most populous country in the world, the 3rd in Asia, and the most populous country in Southeast Asia region, where comprised about 40% of population as well as 40% of land area and more than a half of sea area in Southeast Asia region. Indonesia is the largest gross economic and market value in Southeast Asia. Yet, Indonesia, in most of ASEAN countries, are still struggling and challenging to develop our future economic industry in the very fast global change in all sectors, especially related to the fast-growing lead in digital economy and green economy transformation and sustainability. So we believe that education, especially higher education and research, is the most important foundation and strategic matters for the country's development. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, today we are joining a very good academic and scientific activity in which we had opportunity to inform, to hear, to exchange knowledge and experience among the scholars, researchers, societies, and other stakeholders. So, finally, we hope you all can engage and collaborate with each other. Collaboration in higher education with their researcher activity and to produce innovation undoubtedly become more important and essential to pursue our goals. Therefore, the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology have a strong commitment to encourage and support collaboration among universities, among researchers institutes, in the way to strengthen our capacity, capability, and competitiveness. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in this great opportunity, on behalf of the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, we convey our commitment to support, to sustain, and strengthen collaboration and cooperation among researchers, as well as university to develop common platform of research, knowledge, and educational collaboration. Finally, I would like to thank and congratulate and appreciate to all of you who participate in this symposium, especially for the team who arranged the symposium. And I hope this symposium will continue by engaging collaboration among researchers, among institutions, and eventually will gain benefit and prosperity for all of us. Special thanks and congratulations to University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, which has been organizing this ICOSI annually and sustainably till the 7 years today. University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is one of the best private university in Indonesia and amongst the best 40 universities in the country regarding research and community services activities. So I hope this kind of activity could be sustainable and outreach widely to the other university and researchers. So I have a nice workshop and fruitful discussion and hope many good results and program will be coming up soon. Wish you all in good health, happiness, and prosperity. Thank you very much. Congratulations and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Yuaib, Magister of Agrotechnology, for the speech.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to the next event, which is the opening ceremony of the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations 2023 by the rectors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and also will be accompanied by the directors of Muslim Philanthropy Initiative from Indiana University, United States, Dr. Sharik Siddiq, and also will be accompanied by Head of Research and Innovation Center, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Diah Mutiarin MSI, and also will be accompanied by Chairman of the 7th ICOSI 2023, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD. Please come to the stage.
With the shoot of the arrow. Okay, get ready. With the shoot of the arrow, let's count together in 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, you missed the target, Mr. Rector.
All right, so apparently you need to shoot right in the center of the flower in order for the flower to bloom. All right, so we'll just try it again. In 3, 2, 1. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2023 is officially open. Please remain on the stage. We are going to proceed to photo session.
Okay, congratulations, Pak Rektor. Congratulations all of you. I'm sorry, I have to move to the other unit.
Okay, the photographer, are you ready?
Please move aside to the left. To the left, move to the left.
Okay. For the first photo session, on the count 3, 2, 1.
Alright, maybe another pose.
For another pose, 1, 2, 3.
Alright, and also we would like to invite all the vice rectors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and also the secretary of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to joining the distinguished guests that are already on the stage, joining the photo sessions. Alright, on the count, 3, 2, 1. Right, one more.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, for the last photo sessions, we also would like to invite all keynote speakers from all faculties that coming all the way to Indonesia, to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Please come to the stage to have some photo sessions moment. Once again, we would like to invite all keynote speakers from all faculties to joining us in the stage for having a photo sessions moment.
Maybe we will have 2 rows for the photo session.
And also we would like to invite deans and directors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to joining us in this photo sessions. Alright, ready? Photographers ready? Alright, in 3, 2, 1. One more pose.
Okay, maybe please give thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Yes.
With happy face. Happier.
Okay, on the count 3,
3,
2, 1. Okay, please give a big applause for ICOSI 2023. Thank you very much. You may back to your seat.
Yen ten rajang bebayani sun kawiti kabeh pangawalan asmo Allah Rahman Rahim ingkang lumo
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to moving on to the next agenda, which is the keynote speech that will be led by our colleague. But before we invite her, we're going to read some of her performance in her entire life, which is Sutantri. Miss Sutantri is a lecturer at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and the director of Muhammadiyah STEPS, formerly known as Muhammadiyah Tobacco Control Center. And she is also the head of School of Nursing of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and teaches several courses on community health, health promotions, family nursing, and research method at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. She has particular interest in health promotions and disease preventions, cardiac rehabilitations, tobacco control, communicable and non-communicable disease management, community nursing, as well as feminist research. She completed her doctorate degree at the Universities of Edinburgh in the UK, and also her doctoral research explore women's participations in cardiac rehabilitation program utilizing feminist methodology. And without further ado, please welcome our moderator, Ms. Sutantri, nurse MSc PhD. Please come to the stage.
Thank you very much for the MC for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, our invited speakers and participants. Welcome to the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or ICOSI 2023. I am Sutantri, and I'm honored to be the moderator of this session. And as we know, due to the pandemic, actually the last 3 years conferences has been conducted online. And it is a great pleasure, and I'm very pleased to welcome you all at this conference on hybrid basis. So I would like to say welcome to all the participants that attend the conference on site. I'm being informed from the committee that there are 200 participants that join us here today in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Welcome. And also for the participants that also join us on Zoom channel, there are 300 participants that join us on Zoom. So welcome for all the participants that also with us on Zoom channels. The themes of this year's conference is actually strengthening global response and dynamic collaboration towards Society 5.0. Brings together experts, professionals, academics, and researchers, and also students from around the world to engage in insightful discussion, share groundbreaking ideas, and also showcase scientific works around this topic. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into various topics that focuses on how technology and innovation need to be used to help humans in their daily life and to advance society. The era 5.0 is not only concerned with how tools, methods, and ideas will add better results to the business, but also how these factors can influence everything around organizations, institutions, and societies, adding a more humanitarian and sustainable visions to their process of society. So, to further discuss this issue, we already have 3 distinguished speakers here, and I would like to invite our 3 speakers to join me here in front. Although, unfortunately, our one speaker, Professor Fikoh, only cannot be with us today. She's joining on Zoom meeting, but I have 2 distinguished speakers that are already with me. I would like to invite, the first is Dr. Sarik Siddiq, that comes all the way from USA to Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Please, Dr. Sarik, join me in front. How are you today, Dr. Sarik? I hope you enjoy your stay in Yogyakarta.
I love Yogyakarta.
Is it your first time in
It's my second time.
Oh, second time. So you already know a bit about Yogyakarta, yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful city. I love Yogyakarta. I love the green, I love the university, I love the student vibrancy.
Oh, I'm curious, what about the food?
I love the food. I love the food.
What your favorite food from Yogyakarta?
From Yogyakarta, gudeg.
Oh, gudeg.
Gudeg, yes.
That's a surprise because usually
Coba
like
aja,
people
saya coba.
doesn't really like gudeg
Udah
because
tahu.
it's too sweet, you know, like. Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad that you enjoy our traditional food gudeg. Yeah. Okay, and I would like also to invite Professor Dr. Diah Mutiarin, MSI, to join with me on the stage as well. Please welcome Dr. Diah Mutiarin. Good morning, Bu Arin. How are you today? Yeah, yeah. And also, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rofiko on Zoom. Is he already committed? Is he already join us on Zoom meeting, Zoom channel?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh yeah, welcome Dr. Rofiko. Virtually in UMY, yeah. Yeah, please welcome Dr. Rofiko Rohim, the Deputy Commissioner of Bank Rakyat Indonesia. They join us through Zoom meeting. Okay, before introducing our first speaker, I would like to inform of you some of arrangements for this session. In this panel session, we will hear presentation from the three speakers, and I will introduce each of our speakers prior to their presentations. Each speaker will deliver their presentation for 25 minutes, and Q&A session will be conducted at the end of the panel session for 15 minutes. Participants could address the question directly to the speakers and also by sending the message on Zoom chat. So I will take questions from participants that attend on site and also from the participants that attend online meeting. If you send your question on Zoom, please don't forget to also write down to which speaker you want to address your question, and also please state your name and organization before asking your questions. Okay, so we continue to the first speaker then. Allow me to read the CV of our first speaker. So our first speaker is Dr. Sarik Siddiq. So Dr. Sarik Siddiq is a director and assistant professor at Lilly Family School of Philanthropy at Indiana University, the USA. Thank you, Dr. Sarik, for joining us today. And Dr. Sarik obtained his PhD in philanthropic studies from Indiana University in 2014. His research interests, including Muslim civil society and philanthropy, fundraising and development, non-profit management, legal issues faced Muslim non-profit, and many more. Dr. Sarik has an extensive publication, either in books, book chapters, journals, articles, encyclopedia, and book reviews. And he has worked collaboratively with many related parties, such as United Mission on Relief, Muslim Legal Fund of America, the John Templeton Foundation, and also many more on many projects and grants. So please welcome Dr. Sarik. Dr. Sarik, 25 minutes for your presentation, please. Let's give a round of applause for Dr. Sarik.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi barakatuh. Salamat pagi. Good morning, and thank you so much for hosting me today. I particularly want to thank Muhammadiyah University for holding this conference. I'd like to thank the rector, the vice rectors, the committee for hosting and having this event. Thank you for all the participants and all the keynote speakers and speakers from everywhere. I in particular want to thank Professor Diah Mutiarin and my dear brother and the person who actually introduced me to Indonesia, Dr. Hilman Latif, for our long journey together and for making this potential be here too. So thank you so much for this opportunity. My talk today is focused on sustainable Muslim philanthropy in a digital age. Reinvention, innovation, and public expression. And And if we could move it to the next slide, and the slide next. This presentation draws upon a new publication, Philanthropy in the Muslim World, Majority and Minority Muslim Communities, in which Dr. Hilman Latif actually writes a chapter on Indonesia. And so this book, it focuses on 19 countries, both Muslim majority and minority, and I draw from those themes. If we can go to the next theme, next slide. The goal of this is to think about challenges and opportunities that we can find based on data from these different countries across the world. So if you think about the challenges for Muslim philanthropy in a contemporary context, think about post-COVID, think about digitization and so on, we're largely focused on 5 areas: definitions, data, regulations, technology, and new actors. When we think about definitions, what's interesting is that Muslim philanthropy is facing challenges of how to define it. For example, there are organizations and regulations. For example, in Indonesia, you have specific regulations that define what is Muslim philanthropy. So if you are an Islamic charity, you are defined as being within the context of Islamic charity and philanthropy, whereas you may be a Muslim NGO, which may not be defined within those regulations, that may similarly be called upon Muslim values to do this, right? So Muslim definitions are important. What's interesting is, in an empirical research that we did in the United States, we found that Muslims define philanthropy more broadly than the current definition of voluntary action for public good. So if you think about a secular or a Western definition of philanthropy, we largely think about money, we think about time, and we think about treasure. But this is constraining. It means that those who are rich, who are wealthy, and who have resources can be engaged in philanthropy. But the reality is, if you think about a broader context of Muslim populations, Muslim philanthropy is broader than that. Think about the hadith of the Prophet. When the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was asked, how do you define charity? How do you do charity? He said, give money. They said, well, what if we can't do that? He said, well, if you can't give money, go work for someone, help them make money so they can give it away. So arguably, everybody that works for Bill Gates is a beneficiary in God's eyes of Bill Gates' philanthropy. I said, what if we can't do that? He said, volunteer time. Well, what if we can't do that? He said, well, then smile. So what if we can't do that? Well, if you're about to say or do something and you realize it causes harm, don't do that. Well, what if we can't do that? Intend to do good. So a Muslim conception of philanthropy or Islamic philanthropy is much broader. But much of public policy, much of philanthropic, and much of practitioner philosophy today is focused on just money and time. The problem with that is that it constrains our ability to focus on just a few people. So the one challenge that we face today is that while Muslims are seeking to be much broader in their engagement of philanthropy, think about climate change. Much of climate change, the impact on climate change is not on what we do, but what we don't do. So if we allow or engage, but if we're just constraining Muslim populations to just think about money and volunteerism, we're just focusing on a very small group of people. Out of 2 billion people, we're just focused on the 1% that have. Whereas 99% seek to do more, are doing more because of their definitions of philanthropy. So the first challenge that I think Muslims are facing, and this sector is facing, is the challenge of definition. And this study that I show in this, it's available, is the first empirical study that actually shows Muslims in the United States use a broader frame of philanthropy in terms of their public expression. If we go to the next slide, the next challenge we face is the challenge of data. Data-informed or data decision-making can only take place in the professionalization of the philanthropic sector if we have it. But the reality is, and Dr. Hilman Latif's chapter in Indonesia represents this, but across these 19 countries that we looked at, we have very little data on how and what and for what are the motivations of Muslim giving. And we've tried to rectify that, and I'll show you this in the United States. But one of the things we need is to, in order to make these kinds of decisions, we need to have more information about this. This requires more research. It requires further investments by public and philanthropic actors in research. So at a time where we are seeing across the world in higher education a decline on funding for research, this is a time that we need the absolute opposite. If we're going to be truly have sustainable innovation, we need to have investments made in data, which means more funding for research. And so this is a second challenge that we have to look at. If we look at the next slide, the next challenge we have is on regulations. Across the world, philanthropy has become a very important tool in the toolbox of government regulations. In Indonesia, in Saudi Arabia, when you think about Vision 2030, everybody is seeking to regulate and to sort of engage. The advantage of regulation is that it provides legitimacy for the sector. The challenge is that sometimes regulation coming from outside of the sector may inhibit or limit the way in which it can impact the sector. If we go to the next slide, the other challenge we have is technology. Technology is creating important innovations within this. If you think about digital technology today, it's making philanthropy more possible. But the problem with technology is that it's largely impersonal. So we know that when people engage with apps, when people engage with technology, it creates an impersonal community when philanthropy has been highly personal in the past. And so this represents a new challenge. Do we want a new generation of philanthropists that never engage with beneficiaries on the front line? So when you think about issues of compassion and empathy, that largely has come in the past through personal engagement. Can technology provide the same level of engagement, same level of emotion, same level of compassion is the big question. And one of my colleagues, Dr. Sarah Conrath, is actually designing apps to really see whether we can engage in digital technologies while at the same time increase empathy rather than narcissism. The next slide is on the fact that we have new actors in Muslim philanthropy. In the past, Muslim philanthropy was my grandmother, my mother, my parents, my masjid, my local institution, Islamic institutions like Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama, right? But new actors like the United Nations has declared an Islamic philanthropy fund. UNHCR, UNICEF, Save the Children, even traditionally Christian organizations have fatwas that allow them to collect and distribute zakat. This brings in new actors that may not necessarily be fully engaged with Muslim communities, but will have an outsized influence on the future of Muslim philanthropy. And so what does this mean for us? What does this new sector mean? One of the central arguments that many Muslim ulama make about zakat is about creating a system, a socio-economic system where zakat recipients become zakat payers. Can new actors come in and help us build this sector? This new system that we hope to do? Or will this take away? Are these new actors simply coming in because there's money? So while zakat and sadaqah are important resources, can we rely upon new actors to come in and help us build an ecosystem that's going to create a new Islamic economy, a social economy? And so it's a big challenge, and we don't know because these new actors are, as we speak, new. They have engaged with important ulama and have received important fatwa that allow them to do this, right? But what does this imply and what does this mean? So if we go to this, I've talked about the challenges. What I'd love to do is talk about the opportunities for Muslim philanthropy. And the first thing is, if we go 2 slides down, which is that Muslim philanthropy is trending, right? The United Nations is not coming into the Islamic philanthropy space because Islamic philanthropy is on decline. It's a new opportunity. So I think in many ways, we should be excited the fact that Islamic philanthropy is seen as such an important tool, right? There's new wealth amongst Muslim populations. Young Muslims are seeing themselves as highly engaged. What we research shows that young Muslims, those people under the age of 29, are more motivated by faith than older generations. So I think this in itself is this new opportunity. Muslim philanthropy is trending, it's in. And that's why you're seeing non-Muslim actors wanting to engage in this space. So if we can move to the next slide. Perfect. The next slide after this one, if we can go to the next slide, we're seeing professionalization of this sector. Last year, I was in Jogja in December with Professor Dia and Professor Hillman through Muhammadiyah University, where we trained nearly 100 professionals over 10 days to become certified fundraising managers. And many more wanted that training. In the last year, I've been to over 20 countries where we have people wanting to learn about Muslim philanthropy. There's a hunger. And right now, my schedule is so full because there is this hunger. So we have this professionalization of this sector happening. If we go to the next slide, this just shows you the over 1,000 students over the last year that we've trained. If we go to the next slide after that, this is a new fellowship, and the next one after this. Yes, this is a new fellowship program that the Zakat Foundation Institute has launched for a new generation of masters. Next week, I'll be in Indianapolis, where we have an online and in-person program. We will be welcoming over 20 students into our campus that are going to be studying Muslim philanthropy. In fact, 25% of our class, our master's degree program, is all about Muslim philanthropy. So out of 12 courses, 3 are just focused on Muslim philanthropy. This all speaks to the professionalization that's happening within our sector. If we go to the next slide, we're also seeing new data. So we have extensive research on Muslims in America. The Pakistan Center on Philanthropy has new research on Pakistan. We're about to conduct a new study in Turkey, Kuwait, and Jordan, and we're hoping to partner with more data on Indonesia, right? So there is new data, new scholars. In Indonesia alone, you have this new, we have what, 16 to 20 papers that will be presented at ICOSI, all based on data coming up from grassroots researchers. So we have this great opportunity of research that's happening. If we go to the next slide, we're also seeing new partners. LaunchGood has raised over $1 billion. Feeling Blessed. Baraka Labs is a group of digital innovators in Turkey that are trying to create new apps, new technologies that when children and people play with it, they actually help their mental health. They actually increase their compassion. Dr. Sarah Conrad has created an app where children in high school play this games on these apps and actually become more empathetic, more compassionate. Hassana Charities is a new UAE-based charity working in UK. So we see new fintech technologies entering the space that are making this a more positive experience. We're also seeing collaborations. One of the challenges that we're facing is that many charitable institutions in the Muslim philanthropy space are largely focused on the area of scarcity, competition. Now we're seeing a change with that. Muslim collaboration prizes, the community collaboration initiative are just two things. If you go to the next slide, the Muslim Collaboration Prize is $1 million prize that was given out last year to Muslim nonprofit organizations that were willing to come together and work together and further collaborations. This included both Muslim funders, and Chicago Community Trust gave its largest discretionary grant to help this prize. The result of this is on the next slide, which showed 5 collaborating partners each receiving $200,000 to focus on national policy, to focus on mental health, to focus on intergroup activities. If we can go to the next slide. These are 5 collaborations that resulted out of the Muslim Collaboration Prizes to show that there's this greater work that's happening. Okay, so the last few minutes, I'll just quickly go through US Muslims as a case study with my final remarks. Okay, so if we think about American Muslims, if we go 2 slides down, Muslims represent only 3.4 million, or 1% of the American. Now, what's interesting is that American Muslims are highly diverse. Only half of American Muslims are born in the United States, and the other ones were born outside of the US. Now, if we go to the next slide, what you'll see is that Muslims are the most ethnically diverse community in America. Arabs, Asians, black people make a big part of this community, but no one ethnic group is a majority. But what's interesting is that despite being so small, despite being so ethnically diverse, Muslims also are the youngest. So in many ways, if you think about Indonesia, if you think about Africa, if you think about the global population, young people are the next sort of opportunity. That's the case for the United States. They're the youngest. Muslims are also the poorest in the United States. But what's interesting is Muslims are amongst the most philanthropic communities in the United States. Less educated and poorer, Muslims give $4.3 billion to charity. And if we go to the next slide, and then the next slide after that, and then the next slide after that, yes, Muslims give $4.3 billion to charity. If we go to the next slide, what's interesting about Muslims is that Muslims don't just give to Muslim organizations. Half of their money go to non-Muslim institutions. And if you go to the next slide, this tells you that Muslims actually prioritize international and domestic poverty relief over everything else, including at a time of Islamophobia, civil rights. So Muslim values to fight poverty are more important. And if we go to the next slide, it tells us that Muslims focus, their focus, whether they give in the community or outside of the Muslim nonprofits, are the same. So whether you give to a non-Muslim organization or Muslim organization, they are focused on the same values or the same opportunities. If we think about overall giving, the next slide after that, it just shows that domestic poverty and international poverty are amongst the top priorities for them. What does this all tell us? What this tells us is that American Muslims are pluralistic in their giving, meaning that their values of religious values define who they are, how they give, and what they give to. But they'll give to any institution. You could be a non-Muslim institution, like Catholic Relief, or you could be a Muslim organization, Islamic Relief. Whichever organization comes to you is more likely to be your beneficiary. Why is this important to us in Indonesia? Why is this important across the world? What this tells us is, across the world, Muslims give largely informally. Why? Because they trust the institutions of informality. You trust your grandparents, you trust your members, you trust your friends. if you have actors like the United Nations or other entities that come in highly professional and create environments of trust, they're just as able to raise money as if you are a Muslim institution. So what does this tell us? It tells us that the professionalization and research within our sector is critical. It's critical because over the next 10 years, 20 years, because of government regulations, because of technology, we will see a reduction of informal philanthropy across the world, just as we've seen that in the United States. We're going to see new actors where Muslims will have opportunities both amongst Muslim institutions and non-Muslim institutions. And those relationships will be based on trust. Now, the trust will come in, one, because government will endorse these institutions, but second, because these highly professional institutions will develop new opportunities for us. And so I think what I would argue is that if we are going to truly embrace Islamic philanthropy as an important tool for social innovation in the future, there are 4 or 5 things that are important. I think the first thing is that we do have to embrace a broader definition of Islamic philanthropy. At a time where the world is calling us to just focus on money, we should be able to focus on intent. We should be able to focus on, if you're about to say or do something and that causes harm, to not do it. So not doing harm and furthering good should be an important toolbox within our public policy, within our national policies, within our regional. So having conversations. Second, faith is very important. So if we're going to truly capitalize on Islamic philanthropy as an important measure of tools, we have to engage with our religious leaders, our ulama, so we can educate Muslims about the true possibilities of philanthropy. So I think that's the second piece. The third thing is we have to figure out a way to make further investments on research within our field. And that means having not people like me flying into Indonesia, but actually having faculty here, having a PhD program and a master's program here in Indonesia that engages and sort of trains that next generation of philanthropists right here. And then the fourth piece of it is we do need to have an interdisciplinary collaboration on professionalization of our philanthropy. Far too often, right now, the focus has been, in order to be good at philanthropy, you have to come in with a business mindset. You have to come in for the economic mindset. But what our experience at Indiana University has shown is that an interdisciplinary engagement on professionalization of our field, which brings in the humanities, which brings in religious studies, but also brings in the business and other sciences, is going to have a better impact. So those are 4 things that we have to focus on. But the most important, my argument is, we should be focused on not just the 1% that have, but the 100% that can and want to do something, but are looking for national and local policies and opportunities to do that. We have to realize that smiling is sadaqah, and smiling is very powerful. Research shows that when people give money, they don't become, we know from hadith, this will be my last piece, there's this hadith in the Prophet, from our Prophet that says that when you give money, you become richer. Well, now we have scientific research that shows that. Every time you give money, or you smile, or you do good, your brain releases an endorphin into your body. And that chemical results in better mental health, longer life, which means that you're better off at work and at home, which means you live longer. If you live longer, you actually earn more. So every time you do philanthropy in any of its forms, you're actually becoming richer. You're becoming healthier. So we have to come in with an inclusive way of engaging philanthropy as a tool for 100% of the populations in Indonesia and across the world. Jazakallah khairan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your explanation, for the insightful presentation, Dr. Sari. I'm personally really fascinated with your explanation about Muslim philanthropy and about to listen about what's the challenge that we need to deal with, and then what the opportunities, and also the recommendation, the 4 points recommendation that you already points out. So from Dr. Sarik, we learned that there are 4 recommendations to increase the Muslim philanthropy, and the first one is like the one that I get is like not doing harms and furthering good. That's a really important message. And then the second one is to engage with the religious leaders. And the third one is to further the research on this area and also the interdisciplinary collaboration. And also I'm really amazed actually with your explanation how the population, Muslim population, American Muslim is only account for 1% of the total population in America, but actually contributes to really huge like giving and charity. Like it's actually the most philanthropic society in the USA. So we can imagine Indonesia with the like almost 90% of the Muslim population, like how much that we can give to the society. So thank you very much for Dr. Sarik for your explanation. Yeah, so now we're gonna move on to the second speaker. And our second speaker is Professor Rofiko Rohim, who unfortunately could not be here us today, but physically, but she's join us with us on the Zoom channel. Hello, Dr. Rofiko. Good morning. Yeah. How are you today? Yeah. So, Dr. Rofiko, thank you very much for joining us today on Zoom meeting. But before Dr. Rofiko present or give her speech, allow me to read Professor Rofiko CV. So, Professor Rofiko Rohim is a professor of finance at Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Professor Rofiko obtained her PhD in economics from Université de Paris, France in 2005. And I'm actually really fascinated to see her CV, and I can clearly see that she enjoys learning and challenging herself. Yes, definitely, because I can see from the list of her academics and professional qualification on her CV. So currently, Professor Rofiko also holds the position as the Vice President Commissioner of PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero. And prior to that, she also held various important positions in Indonesia. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Rofiko. Professor Rofiko, 25 minutes for your presentation, please.
Very much the moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Hope that you are healthy and happy. And I want to share in this time, I would like to discuss about the challenge after COVID, then how we need collaboration and the helix between actors. As we know that if we talk about everybody talk about this disruption, that is why we have to have some plan to face the disruption next following year. So there is a changes. For instance, employee expectation are changing. Now, people not only want to work hard, they want to work to be happy. This is very challenging for the companies to face this problem because we need the productivity, but also the employee need the happiness. Then, as we know that now there is a longevity of opportunities. Since everybody keep their healthiness, and then they can more longer the age, and then they have many opportunity to choose for life or work for anything. And why this is more easy to life, because there is a human tax team. It means that now there is a technology to help us make our life more easy. And in the next following, now there is a metaverse lifestyle, even though now there is a declining of a metaverse lifestyle, but we believe that there will be the covers lifestyle for the next. Though there are some people doesn't trust. Why? Because people think about the data privacy. If you use the internet and use the Internet of Things, use the data. So now there are many people that wonders about our data privacy. Why? There are many people, even though they give the data voluntary to public, the public, yeah. And then this is very important to create corporate trust. It means like me as lecturers and also vice president's commissioner.
Excuse me, Professor Rofiko.
Yes.
Sorry. Can you please full screen, make the presentation full screen, please?
Okay, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So corporate trust now is getting importance. It means not only trust between the shareholders, but for the stakeholders, we have to work together. Yeah. So now, it's the old management theory. We always think about the shareholders' value, but now we have to think about stakeholder value. And the important thing now is customers. After customers is employees. After employees is shareholders. Okay, next slide. And why we have to change? Well, we have to adapt because now we face the risk that increase after COVID and after the war Ukraine. Why? Because there is the energy supply crisis, there is a food supply crisis, and it will rising price. There is inflation, so cost of living between expensive and including there is a cyber attacks. So now, you know, even people is more happy, but there is always like a problem that we have to challenge. Energy crisis, food crisis, cost living cost highest, inflation and cyber attack. It is why we have to strengthen ourselves as a human being. But if we talk about the public sector resilience framework and private sectors, so we have to prepare. For the public, we have to prepare about people resilience. Yeah. People have to be strong now, have to be agile, so have to be resilient. Then we have to provide energy, nutrition, and water. Now energy is very important, yeah, for our life. No energy, no life, yeah. And there is a public sector also have to provide infrastructure. Not only the critical infrastructures, but also the security of infrastructure. And governments of public have to give freedom in terms of the political choices. And for the government also have to manage carefully of the fiscal resilience. And we know after the crisis, the deficit fiscal in many countries is highest. But Indonesia, we can manage very well our fiscal, and now it's not more than 3%. And during COVID, it's only more than as low as 40%, but now the country is more than 100% of the fiscal deficit. And also the threat of economic resilience. Why? Because there is a threat in China and the United States, and it gives spill over to the countries. And what about the private sectors? They have to prepare operational resilience and efficient in order to catch market position and to get the demand resilience. And they also align with the social purpose, not only profit motive, yeah, not only financial resilience, but also social alignment. And they have to apply profit, people, planet, and now there are many countries that they decide to apply ESG for all the company. Like in Indonesia, now Financial Service Authority asks all the financial industries has to apply environment, social, and governance. That's why we need organizational resilience. And how can we adapt? We need to apply digital and technology. As we know now, many companies they're trying to change, change, use more digital than the human being. But even though there is a little bit struggle, why? Because we have to do the digital literacy for our people. Since Indonesia, we have not only a generation millennial, but we also have baby boomers. Yeah, like me is eight. My sister, my brother is baby boomers. Sometimes they don't like to, technology savvy. Okay, then why resilience is enabler for the global focus? That we have to look beyond, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. When we doing the planning and when we also doing the problem solving, not only short term, long term, but also efficient. And we have to develop new resilient mindset for all. Yeah, because now resilience is very important and embedded with the organization because the global focus also changes. Geopolitical, climate, energy, healthcare, digital technology, and supply chain, also people, education, and organizational. So the concept of community resilience is becoming increasingly important, especially as many communities around the world appears that gradually lose resilience in the face of the challenges such as climate change, of migration, young people, and socioeconomic fragmentation. That's why resilience is generally understood as the ability of a system, community, and social affected by shock or disruption that sooner or later begins to pull, absorb, accommodate, and recover from damage, and including through the maintenance and restoration of basic structure and function. So, resilience community is made up of 5 resilience. Economic, natural resources, cultural, political, and social. And now we are in the society 5.0, which is not only digital transformation, but beyond. Create imagination, creativity of diverse people, and then result is value creation. For instance, a society where value is created, or a society where anyone can exercise diverse abilities, society where anyone can get opportunities anytime, anywhere, anyhow. Resilience, yeah, a society where people can live life and pursue challenges in security, and a society where humankind lives in harmony with the natures. It is not, it's very rarely and expensive if we talk about harmony with the natures. So if we compare between the industry 5.0 and society 5.0, industry have to be sustainable, lead action on sustainable and respect planetary boundaries, and agile and resilience with flexible and adaptable technology, and promote talents, diversity, and empowerment. Diversity is important. And as a society, we have to be smart. Merge between cyberspace and physical space with 5G, big data, artificial. So you have to merge between the cyberspace and physical space. So that is, now there are always mixed between daring, between Zoom, between offline, online, etc. And provide necessary goods and services for individual people at the necessary level when needed. So we have to provide goods and services and to ensure high quality life full of comfort and vitality. So resilience, clean, but there is a human centric. So human being is a human centric that can running in industries maupun in or in society. It is why we need a multi-stakeholders collaboration. We know there are triple helix. governments, academia, and private business, which is paradigm as public-private partnership. Now there are many industries, many sectors, they apply triple helix. Like in Indonesia, since now we want to build a toll road, we want to build a airport. So then there is a changes. We have to think about the quadruple helix, which is not only governments, academia, and business, but also civil society. So the paradigm is civic university. So we have also invite civil society. Why? To make a balancing, give the advice, yeah, to give like a control, yeah. So governance and society is look like reactive citizenship, and the data is about additional bottom up. Not if we talk about triple helix, it's top down, but if we talk about the quadruple helix, it's as bottom up. And last is about pentahelix, which is not only governments, business, academia, civil society, but also social entrepreneurs, activists, or assemblers. So now people always talk about social, and social entrepreneurs, not only profit, but also people, but also planet. This one, the paradigm is urban commons. And the government society is proactive citizenship. So as a citizen, we have to be proactive to help our society, our country, our companies, our institutional. And the technology data is complex, not only bottom up, but also the top down, but emerging. Okay. And why we need it? As we know that there is a changes about who rule the world. Yeah. Now there is this who will like an economy, not USA anymore, but China and Indonesia. In 2045, we will be number 3. Yeah. Then there's a changes about the scarcity of resources in the planet. Yeah. And also there is technological breakthroughs. Yeah. And there are also the social changes that our life is becoming longer than before because everybody want to keep the healthiness, but in other countries there are minus of population, but in Indonesia we still have, yeah, and even though there is a increase in the millennial generation, and also there are global shifting about the migration. And also there is market is also different. So if we talk about the skill, we need improve ourselves because there is a different, totally different what we need, like analytical thinking, problem solving, creativity, leadership is changes now. Leadership not only for sight, but now there is a ambidextrous leadership that applied. Because we have to agile, we have to use our left hand side and our right hand side using the technology and another tools. And what is the example about the pentahelix in Indonesia? After COVID, we just thinking that we have to think about the creativity economy, not only small medium enterprises in terms of selling food or selling manufacturing, which is the panoramic, yeah, Indonesia, like a professor from Indiana, they like to stay in Jakarta. Yeah. So tourism is now very important for Indonesia. So using the pentahelix, why we can do? Because in Indonesia there is a philosophy of gotong royong. Gotong royong, it means that we have to work together. If we work together, if we help each others, everything will be easy and everything will be okay. and we can work more quickly with the gotong royong. So gotong royong is our cultures, and we have to keep it. So Pentaholic is a concept of collaboration between stakeholders, common goal that is more sustainable, and Indonesia we are lucky, we have the gotong royong, basic value of Indonesian to join its goal, and through the collaboration by maximizing potential and its stakeholders of various parties, make change presence as a fast of seizing the momentum, which can be treated as opportunities and trade in creating resilience. And lastly, adaptability and flexibility are influencing the success of value creation on building resilience. Thank you very much. Matur nuwun.
In here is the director of the Research and Innovation Center in UMY. And Professor Arin earned her PhD in Political Science from Gajah Mada University in 2006 and is working as a lecturer of Public Administration in UMY. Professor Arin has carried out many research projects and worked together with many stakeholders, both from the government and non-governmental organizations. And she has published numerous articles in leading scientific journals and has been known as an expert on government or public policy. In 2020, her publication has been awarded as the highly commended papers by Emerald Publishing as well. Okay, without further ado, let's welcome Professor Diah Mutiarin. Professor Arin, 25 minutes for your presentation, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Tantri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you. With this opportunity, I would like to again welcome to all keynote speakers, Prof. Dr. Sarit, and also Professor Rofiqah Rokim, also Dr. Hilman, Professor Hilman, as the Director General of Hajj and Umrah in the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and also to all the keynote speakers who will be attending for the focal session this afternoon after this opening session. So thank you very much for your attending here, because you have flight from your country to Yogyakarta, which is very far away, and all of you, you have to spare your time, and also you have to prepare all the works regarding this conference. So with this, all your efforts, we, on behalf of UMY, we would like to thank you very much for your participation in this ICOSI 7. Allow me to deliver my insight to adding some information. I hope my speech here or my insight will be in line with the two keynote speakers here. Dr. Sarik talking about the Muslim philanthropy in the digital era, and also Professor Rofiko also discussed about the pentahelix collaboration, which is more explore and also engage with the disruptive innovation, which is more working on the utilization of the digital information. So on my session, I would like to share my experience and also what I got from the field when I was working with some of the local governments in Bali and as well in Karangasem, also in Yogyakarta province regarding my topic. So my topic is on Indonesian digital transformation between technology, governments, and public services in agile government perspective. I highlight the last part of my title is on agile government perspective. Why it is very important for all the governments as well for the stakeholders who are working with the government. I will refer to that Indonesia already entering the industrial 4.0 era since 2000, in last 2000. So in this era, government use their resources on technology and also equip all the technology information to develop a new modern bureaucracy, and this we call as the digital transformation in Indonesia. So it is very viable in our last 3 years when we were in the COVID pandemic era, that we are stay at home, but we could working from anywhere or we work from home. This pandemic is a momentum for us, for Indonesian government to accelerate their digital transformation. Move to first slide. This is my what I have written here, that Indonesia actually has the digital identity system itself. We have, for example, our ministry has many applications and has many systems within work online. The society use the digital technologies, and we also share infrastructure, particularly in the digital infrastructure. Next slide. So if I relate what is the importance of the digital transformation in the perspective of agile governments. First, we refer to the theory that for the agile government is the government which is create the adaptive organizational structure, and it also use the utilization of information technology and anticipate the disruptive environment in various sectors. So with this short definition, if we then further trying to tracing how the development of paradigm in Indonesia in its digital transformation. Actually, the government of Indonesia realized that the agile government is a long way to be implemented in Indonesia because if we refer to the development of this paradigm, actually it is the long way when it is practices in the private sector. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So the long history of the agile government, starting with the high-performing governments. So all the government, if they want to perform in effective performance, measured performance, and based on performance indicators, then they have to understand that the long way from 1916 that the high-performance government starting from Six Sigma, starting with Motorola at that time. We remember all of us has the handphone, and it is very famous, the product of Motorola. Maybe all of you participants who are age the same around me, 53, maybe you remember your experience using the old handphone, which is only can receive the calling and also to call others. And for government sector, they have the new what we call as the new wave of the intervening bureaucracy. It is starting with the theory on reinventing bureaucracy, and it is widening with the new theory on new public management. And at the end, also we have the whole government. The whole government pointing on how the government should be aware with the citizens' needs. And then in 2010, starting with the agile government perspective. So the agile government need more on how the implementation of the adaptive structure and using the big data analytics to support the evidence-based policy. Further, since this ICOSI, the theme is on Society 5.0, and it also related and has a strong linkage with what happened in other countries such as Japan. Next slide, please. Learning from Japan that Japan now is already entering the era of Society 5.0, which is identified with the very super smart society. Maybe one of you also came from Japan? Or no, from Taiwan, or maybe from, yeah. This is what we learned from Japan, that Japan is a super smart society, so we already in the very high equipped with the technology in healthcare, medical, mobility, production, and infrastructure, and as well as the finance. If we refer to the strategies, what are the strategies that Society 5.0 utilize more? They use the drone technology, and then rethinking healthcare for the aging society, because Japan now is in the aging society. I think this is the same with Indonesia also for the next 10 years. And then unlocking the treasure trove of big data and unprecedented demographic shift. Next slide. Slide number 14. Slide number 14, Mas. 14. Is it the same with mine? I hope it is the same with mine, with the operator. So since the time is only limited for 25, because usually I teach the agile government for 1 semester. So, so I have to deliver in only 25 minutes. So I move to what is the digital government strategies. The digital government strategies, according to OECD, it refers on openness and engagement, the dimension, and then governance and coordination, and the third one is capacities to support implementation. Next, and to implement the digital government strategies, how is the digital government policy framework for OECD countries? They have the recommendation on digital by design and then data driven. Third is government as a platform, open by default, user driven, and proactiveness. So with this framework, we will further see how the implementation of the digital government in the agile perspective, particularly for the cases in Indonesia. So the case in Indonesia, slide number 18, Mas. 18. This one. This is the facts in Indonesia that Indonesians go online. We have, for example, we use for the internet for internet users. We have more than 150 million users for the internet, but we still do not know how they use the internet. Do they use for business? Do they use do they use for the learning online? We need more data on that. So for this digital government in Indonesia, I took the one specific policy from the Ministry of Communication, that now Indonesia, under the Ministry of Communication, we have 150 smart cities. So Indonesia have 340 city and regencies, but the project under the Ministry of Communication, now we have 150 smart city. So the question is, does smart city really bring Indonesia into digital government? Is it really proof that Indonesia occupied with all the technology which is could be named as the smart city? Smart city, next slide number 23. This is the Indonesian design on smart city. Indonesian government design on smart city, it has six dimensions that has to be implemented by the local government, that they call it as the smart governance. The government has to be smart first before their society, before their business sectors, before other stakeholders. So number one, the first is the smart governance they have to um, elaborate use the technology in bureaucracy, in public services, and in policy. Second is on smart branding. Smart branding is on to giving the tourism sector, business sector, and appearance of the city to be looking smart. So how they make the smart tourism, for example. They use all the technology to attract the tourists. And then also for the smart branding. The third dimension is the smart economy. The smart economy focuses on industry, welfare, and transaction. For all the city that has already declared as the smart city, they have to push the cashless transaction in their traditional market, not only in the mall or in the university or in the public offices, but also they have to be digitalized in the traditional market. Can you imagine the old people usually selling their foods or product, and they have to use the cashless transaction using the EDC or something else, or QRIS or something. This must be obstacles for them. But Indonesia starting this since 3 years ago. And the number 4 is smart living. How the transportation should be smart, the mobility should be smart, and the harmony. A harmony between people and their land. Number 5 is smart society. So this is the smart society. How the government could protect the society using their technology. For example, if there is, if they go to the tourism destination, and they, for example, they go to the beach, and then there is an alarm if they are very close to the beach, yeah, with the high wave. So this is on learning and security. And the last one is smart environment. Indonesia now has the big problem on waste, because there is still very limited technology on waste. And Indonesia hope that government, local government, could solve their problems on waste. Like Yogyakarta now, we are now still in the problem of waste. So I hope all of you do not waste many disposal here, because we have the problem on waste. And smart environment, how to reduce the carbon emission, etc. So, in my opinion, with this digital transformation and the initiative, part of it already implementing the smart city, the result from the field showing that part of them lead to agile governments, that they use the technology and also they have the structure, adaptive structure to, for example, to solve the problem on waste. They create the special team for the waste, for example. But some of them, most of them still very struggle. They have to do more struggling, to be struggling to achieve the smart city. So this is the portrait of Indonesian digital transformation if we measure from the smart city implementation in Indonesia. So I think this is all of my presentation. There is still enough time or not? But, oh, 5 minutes more. Oh, okay. So it seems that all of you already listened for three of us almost 75 minutes. I think that you need more refreshing. So I think I will stop my presentation here. And all of you, if you have a question, please raise a question to me or to Dr. Sarik or also to Prof. Rofiko. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Arin, for your interesting presentation about how the Indonesia digital transformation and agile government. That's a really interesting concept as well. Then you also describe about the characteristic of the smart cities with 6 elements on it: smart governance, smart branding, smart economy, smart living, smart society, and smart environment. And yeah. With smart governance, actually, like how the government can integrate technology actually into their practice in bureaucracy. But is it also like, sometimes it's like my curiosity is like only about developing app, because currently there are so many applications that we can use, but it's not connected with each other. So it's so many apps, but then yeah, is it effective? Or like maybe the participant also can, if you have any question to Professor Arin. And also like the waste management, how smart environment, and we are still having a huge problem with waste management in our country, especially in Yogyakarta nowadays, because we have the huge waste problem now. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Arin. Now we will come to the Q&A session, but as I mentioned earlier, we only have like a very limited time for a Q&A session. So we only have 15 minutes for this discussion session. So I can only take maximum of 3 questions from the participants. I think that's the maximum that I can do. So to be fair, I will divide it or split the question from, I'll take question from the online participant that join us on Zoom meeting, and also I'm going to take a question from the participants that attend this conference on this room. So I already received 1 question online, and this is for Dr. Sarik. But I will wait, I will keep this question first, and then I will take 2 more questions from the participants here. So if you have any question, please raise your hand, and then, okay, we have 3 questions, okay. Okay, maybe we will take from, I think I saw one, yeah, you, sir. And then, because I think I saw Pak Dimas already raised his hand first, so I'll take Pak Dimas and the Papa in the middle. Can the committee help to give the microphone? Please state your name and also your organization and to which speaker you want to deliver your question, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, moderator. It's good to hear from a Scottish graduate. I studied law in Aberdeen and also Glasgow. Nice to see you. My question is for Dr. Shari. Forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong. I am Jefferson Cameo from Satyawacana, and this is my friend Faki. Faki, can you stand up, please? Yeah, we also have a professor from Jakarta, Professor Teguh Prasetyo. He supervises our attending here. My question to Dr. Sharik is philanthropic. We have regulation in philanthropic, especially for our brothers and sisters Muslim in Indonesia. It is the zakat law. I don't know. I would like to hear your opinion, Dr. Sharik, concerning this law, because in Indonesia we have many different religions. So if we only, for example, if you compare to your country, America, you are also a Juris Doctor. I learned from your degree. This is very interesting. If you compare Indonesian zakat law with the American society or maybe European or the countries in the world. How's your ideas? I would like to learn from it. And thank you very much because I will take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, sir, can you mention your name?
My name is Jefferson Cameo.
Oh, Mr. Jefferson Cameo from
Salatiga.
Salatiga Satyawacana. Okay, from Jefferson. Yeah, Mr. Jefferson Cameo from Satyawacana Salatiga. Yeah, it's nice to meet you here as well, sir, from Aberdeen. Hello, Scottish. Yeah, we also have another graduate, I think, here from Aberdeen, Prof. Yeah, also from Aberdeen. Okay, so I'll take the second question from Pak Dimas. Please, can you stand up and...
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Tantri. I have 3 questions directed to respective presenters. The first is to Dr. Sarik. Is there any government support in the US concerning with the philanthropy movements? Because I don't hear just that from your presentations. And the second one for Professor Arin, is there any best practice from your observation regarding with the smart city in Indonesia in particular, so that we can use it as a benchmark? And the second one and third one to the Prof. Hiko, is there any standard, Prof, that has been developed by the government of Indonesia so far regarding with the resilient concept related with the Industrial Revolution 5.0? That's perhaps Dr. Tantri. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Dimas. Pak Dimas is from UMY as well for your 3 questions for all our 3 speakers here. And also, we have 1 question from Zoom meeting. This is from Amara Prameswari, and the question is for Dr. Sarik. So the question from Amara is, because Indonesia is a Muslim majority country, what do you think about the Muslim philanthropy in Indonesia itself, and how does it differs from other countries where Islam isn't as accepted? Okay, so we have 3 questions for Dr. Sarik, from Mr. Jefferson, and then from Amara, and also from Pak Dimas. So I'll give time for Dr. Sarik maybe to answer the question. Yeah.
Sure, so I'll go with the last question first, which is there government support in the United States for the philanthropic sector? And by definition, Muslim philanthropic sector, there is, in 3 ways. One, there's tax deduction, so government during the COVID pandemic. So I would argue that there's a lot of, as part of economic policy and social policy, the government spends money through the charitable sector. What's different about the US sector on that side is, on the regulation side, the government does very little. So it's a very under-regulated, it's self-regulated system. So it's kind of this unique place which provides a lot of resources, but doesn't provide a lot of regulations. So that's a quick answer to your question there. The second question about, because Indonesia is a Muslim majority, so Muslim philanthropy in Indonesia is very similar to the vast majority of philanthropy across Muslim majority countries, but I would also argue even non-Western economies. Muslim philanthropy in Indonesia is largely informal, meaning people in Indonesia give to other people. And one of the arguments, and I think Dr. Hillman speaks to this, but also Dr. Amelia Fozia in her book about Indonesian philanthropy, is that this comes down to largely around trust. That the trust level with individuals is stronger. Francis Fukuyama and Hendrickson talk about high trust societies and low trust societies. So institutions are trusted probably less than individuals are. And so what we see in Indonesia compared to others is that there's a lot of similarity in the informality. What's different in the United States post 9/11 is in the United States, government regulations in 2001 put heightened scrutiny on Muslim philanthropy, which has now resulted that Muslim philanthropy in America was largely informal in 2000, but now is largely formal. So what this suggests is that government regulations, similar to what you're seeing in Indonesia, across the world, it's not just in the Muslim countries, but regulations that came to the United States in 2001 and 2002 through the Patriot Act are trickling across the world now, and you're now seeing heightened regulation. So in 10 years from now, my sense of it is that in Indonesia, just like the rest of the world, you will see greater levels of formal philanthropy. The other piece I would say is that I would argue that in Indonesia, like many other non-Western countries, there are other forms of philanthropy that are very important. For example, smiling is a form of sadaqah, right? If you're about to do something, that's important. Grandmothers helping children is one. So there's an informal economy that we don't measure because there's no monetary vision. So I think that research in that area is really important. Last question around the zakat law. I think across Indonesia and across, you'll see this in Bangladesh, you'll see this in Pakistan, you'll see this in Saudi Arabia, there is heightened concern that there's a lot of zakat money. Just to give you an example, United States, Muslims only represent 3.4 million, and we give $1.8 billion in formal zakat. If my numbers are correct, Indonesia has over 240 million, 260 million. Basnas, which is a formal state agency, state and federal, collects $1.8 billion in zakat. So the belief is that there's more zakat money in the Indonesian economy, but it's not being collected through institutions that can be invested strategically. And so I think much of the zakat law is about that institutionalization of that money so that we can somehow figure out a way to create public trust, and resulting in so that people can then, rather than giving money informally, can start giving formally, so that if there's a macro level money, if Basnas and Lazismu and Lazisnu, Human Initiative, all these agencies start collecting zakat money and zakat money becomes trillions of dollars, which is what the estimate is, then there can be a macro level government policy that actually can create a zakat economic system where we can go back to the time of Hazrat Umar, where there were no zakat recipients available, right? So the whole focus at the macroeconomic level, in my view, is largely around, one, the concern about civil society, the concern that this money is being used badly, but the other piece of it is how to actually create a zakat economic system. Now, whether these zakat laws will actually do that, I'm not so sure. I think they are being done in a very one-sided way across the world. I'm not just talking about Indonesia. And I think there needs to be greater engagement with civil society and zakat collection agencies, non-profit organizations to make that happen. And I think that's not happening. It's coming from the top down. And I think for regulations to truly have the impact of engaging and bringing trust in society, it actually has to have some grassroots engagement. And so that would be my one critique across most of these regulatory frameworks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sari. I think it's already answered all the questions from Pak Dimas, also from Mr. Jefferson. Yeah. Okay, for the next question is for Professor Rofiko from Mr. Dimas. It's about, maybe if I'm not mistaken, or you can repeat your question, it's about the resilience concept developed by the government. Yeah. So please, Professor Rofiko,
Okay,
if you may answer the question. Yeah.
Okay, for the question. For instance, the government already prepared in financial industries that all the bank industries have to apply ESG, and they have to have diversified our corporate bond, not only normal corporate bond, but also green bond. And when they channeling the credit, they have to channel the credit for the industries that concern about environmental impact analysis. In the mining industries or in the CPO industry, there is also a regulation that company have to respect the environment, greening the land after they use, and they can also use CSR money to greening environment around. And when they use the money from the CSR, they can posting money cost. If they putting the money into the cost, it means they can using tax. So it's like this is like a relaxation for the companies that provide the environment to get the sustainability. And for instance, you can get fishing view. Companies show environmental impact analysis. And this is talk about the planet. And we talk about the profit. There are also the regulation for the public companies that they have concern 5% have to channel the informing employees for training and for training. It means this is to promote talents, not only promote about the talent to be more active and more smart, but also the diversity and information. For instance, in the state-owned enterprise, there are also regulations that in each state-owned enterprise, they have a plan, put a minimum 20% of the top management is women. So it's also categorized as talent diversity. And 20% is millennials. This is a concern about the new top management. So I think this is quite important that our government already start to announce or to apply the regulation that increase the ability and the capability of the companies, of the industries to apply sustainable in order to get resilience to face the futures. So the now very clear in financial industries there are already in the industries, in the mining industries, estate industries, and in state-owned enterprise. Hopefully, in the short term, all the industries will follow the regulation about the sustainable to get the resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rofiko. I hope that's clear and answer your question, Pak Dimas. So for the last question is for Professor Arin, also still from Mr. Dimas, is about could you provide best practice sample of smart city that has been implemented in Indonesia?
Yeah. Thank you for your question, Pak Dimas, smart person addressing smart question on smart city. So this is about the best practices. So in my experience, because I'm still very new in this project with the government, this is only 1 year. I'm involved in this project. So before I answer about the smart best practices on smart city, I would like to highlight that the smart city actually is an area which is could manage their resources with a smart solution and with the smart. What I mean that it could be solve the problem with its smart solution using the technology or non-technology. So, or non-IT, not the technology itself, to improve the welfare of their society. So for the best practices, I would like to share with you. This is on Konawe. Do you ever heard about Konawe? Sulawesi. Yeah. The Konawe is one of the best practices local city, local government in Indonesia that actually it has more specific solution. They develop smart solution on. First is on information system on road and bridges. I think Pak Sri also relates with this issue. They create the application, it called Sijantan. Yeah, Sijantan, yeah, not the other word. Sijantan is Sistem Informasi Jalan and Jembatan. If I translate it into English, is information system on road and bridges. So this is, for example, if the ambulance will go through this road, then they use the smart application to stop the other cars. I think in the developed country is a normal situation like this, normal things, yeah. But in Indonesia, this is we call it smart, yeah. Yeah, because we use the technology and we know how to solve the problem. So when the ambulance go to the road, it will not cause the traffic to the others. Yeah. And we also have the other information on Sistem Informasi Pariwisata Konawe or Visit Konawe. This is for tourism. Other smart city best practices is in Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, our province. They have the Jogja Smart Province, and Kota Yogyakarta has Jogja Smart Service. So all the services for the people, for the society, they can easily access the public services from this application. But remember that in Indonesia, we already have around 240,000 applications. This is including one application from Pak Dimas. One of them is application from Pak Dimas on Syariah Finance, right, Pak Dimas? Yeah. So we can imagine there is a use of application in Indonesia. That's why the central government trying to integrate it, their application, so it will not it will not burden to the user itself, because one people could use 10 application for 10 public services. So this is quite hard for the person who use the application. And other innovation which is in the smart city, which is not always using the technology. For example, Jember. Jember has the carnival, street carnival, yeah, street fashion carnival. And Tomohon in Sulawesi, yeah, North Sulawesi, they has festival bunga, flower festival. In Bali, they have many innovation in Bali, because they have, for example, Keberani or something like us. This is more on, oh yeah, sorry, I forget. We have Bank Sampah. What we call it, Bank Sampah in English, Pak Farid? Can you translate which is appropriate?
Waste bank.
Waste bank, but not West Bank, yeah. West Bank in Indonesia. This is how the government try to educate the people to sort the waste, plastic or non-plastic or something else. But it seems this movement is not very success in Indonesia, because there are also some obstacle on this to manage the waste. So Jember, we have Jelita. Jember melihat dan memantau. This is the beautiful word. Jelita means that beautiful girl. But this is an application. Jelita, Jianmas, Jider, Jember Digital Entrepreneur, and Genius, Jember News. Yeah. So this is among the best practices, Pak Dimas, and usually the best practices always go along with the economic values as well as the solution for the problem in its society. Thank you, Pak Dimas.
Thank you, Professor Aryan, and I hope that also answer your question, Professor Dimas. Profesor Dimas, ya insya Allah ya Profesor Dimas, Mr. Dimas. Okay, I think and I believe actually there are still plenty of questions from our participants, both that attend online and also here with us offline. But due to the time constraint, we have to end this session because we only have 15 minutes of Q&A session. So I'm really sorry for all the participants that maybe still have questions to all our three speakers that we cannot address at this time. But maybe we can reach personally after this session. I think it's welcome, yeah, Professor Arin and also Dr. Sarik. And I'm afraid this is the end of our fruitful session. Through this session, we have learned a lot from our three speakers. We learned from Dr. Sarik about the Muslim philanthropy, and then from Professor Rofiko about the pentahelic collaboration, and also about agile government from Professor Arin. And I believe that participants who attend this conference will gain valuable insights from all our three distinguished speakers. So I would like to once again extend my gratitude to our three amazing speakers, Dr. Sarik, Professor Rofiko, and also Prof. Arin, for making time and sharing your expertise with us. Please give a round of applause for our three speakers. Thank you very much for all the participants that still following our discussion until the end of the session, and I hope to see you again in the next ICOSI, 8th ICOSI next year. And then I also really enjoyed moderating this conference. Thank you very much, and then I will hand it over to the MC for the next agenda. Thank you once again, thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Ms. Sutantri, NSMSC PhD, for guiding us in the keynote speech session of the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to moving on to the next event, which is the Research and Innovation Institution Expo, that will be reported by our college. APT Saptanti Harimurti, MSI PhD. Your report, please.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has a plan to become a socio-preneurial university in 2040. To realize this plan, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has created 5 strategies, milestones that are: first, reputable international university in 2020; second, Research Excellent University in 2025. Third, toward leading entrepreneurial university in 2030. Fourth, Academy Preneurial University in 2035. Fifth, Socio-Preneurial University in 2040. Since 2020, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has targeted to become a research excellent university, which is a research-based university that is directed on creating innovation and scientific products that have economic values. The following innovation products from research conducted in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta are 2022. The innovation product, as described earlier, is the result of the collaboration between Research and Innovation Institute Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and several institutions including Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Omni Elektrindo Semarang, Jogja Surya Selaras, Ungaran Sari Jerman, Gakes Lab Yogyakarta, PT Inka, Deterjen Turki. We thank you for the collaboration that has been built. Hopefully, we can continue our collaboration in producing innovative products that have value for the wider community. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was all for the opening ceremony and the plenary sessions of the 7th ICOSI 2023. We would like to deliver our sincere gratitude and feel of honored for your presence and for your actively participations in our agenda. And also, we inform you that the closing ceremony of the 7th ICOSI 2023 will be held tomorrow on August 10th, 2023. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's close our event today by reciting Hamdallah together. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
However, right after the break session, we are still here with you to report some sneak peeks of our focal session during our event today. So please stay tuned. We inform you that the toilet for ladies at the left side of this room and the toilet for gentlemen at the right side of this room.
And also, we would like to inform to all distinguished guests, vice rectors, keynote speakers for both ICOSI and also all focals, keynote speakers for all focals to enjoy your lunch in the rectorate building, rectorate lobby, and first floor AR Fahruddin building. The locations is right next to this building, and also it will be accompanied or guided by the committees.
And last, for all participants, the lunch meals has already prepared at each focal location of 7th ICOSI of UMY. Thank you very much. Okay. I think we will have a little bit reportation from the location? Maybe at the focal. Oh, okay. So we will have a reportation session at the research. Okay. So we have our sister Salsa. Hello, Salsa.
Hello, Sister Bella. Am I audible?
Okay,
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you very much. So this is Salsa, and I'm reporting live from the Research and Innovation Center. They are currently having an exhibition of their innovations as well as their creations. Now let's find out more about what is this expo is about and what kind of innovations are there being shown today. Now I'm here with.
Okay, my name is Takaful Pambudir Harjo. I'm from Intellectual Property Center in Research and Innovation Institute, UMY.
Okay, so we have various innovations right here today, right? Could you please show us what is the most interesting innovation?
Okay, thank you for this great opportunity in front of all of you, participants of Innovation International Conference on sustainable innovation, sustainable innovation. And so we are right now showing our research and innovation products from the lecturer and the student as well. And as you can see, we are bring at least 20 invention, and you can see 14 in this display right here and right now, and several we just display on video. Okay. Okay. I know you are curious about this invention, so let me try to tell you about one and other invention. So from here, we can see the robot, wheel football robots. This is for competition, student competition, and this is the next competition will begin at last August. And then we can see this is a SIR robot, or search and rescue robots. This is a prototype, but we can see the prototype, but this prototype is also compact to for the student. And then also we can the drone. This is a vertical takeoff landing drone. That is also student that make it. And the beside of the drone, we can see the electric batik stove. That is an invention, because usually the stove is traditional. And the wax it's will bad if we not use in the long time. But with this invention, we can use the wax to the batik every time. Okay, and then move to the another invention. So we also display the organic fertilizer to edamame. So this is good for edamame, because the edamame is very popular right now. And the most great one, this is a invention. We say Lovebot. This is a robot that can sterilize the room or the stuff with the light, with the UV light. So my partner will operate this device. So this device can sterilize the room with the UV light, directly with the UV light. And this part is UV light. And this is the component of the robots. And in the front, this is a camera, because when we use UV light, we can we prohibit near with this invention, because the UV light is very dangerous. But the dangerous can sterilize the bacteria and etc. Okay, and these tools also can take the 2 meter higher. Okay, and this is, if we can see I think the best product right now. This is a cough watch. We call cough watch. Cough watch can measure several vital signs in our body. It's like blood pressure, temperature, heart rate, anything else. And this is when we measure, the data will collect to the device or computer, and the doctor can quick to make a decision to the patient. Okay. And this is the soap. This is a organic soap, and this create mix the coconut oil and several serum. This is a soap for body or body soap. This invention or this product is made by a lecturer at the Department of Pharmacy, and everyone will see the soap in the back when you registration in the ground floor. So this is, I think, the last one. This is a virgin coconut oil that this is what's make different between this coconut oil and the other. This is we put, or the researcher put the enzyme from the pineapple. It's make more effective to make coconut oil. So that is maybe I can explain to all of you.
All right, thank you very much for the explanations. And if anyone curious and would like to come and see to the Research and Innovation Expo, could come to the ground floor at Air Farhudin B at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Now back to you, Sister Bella and Brother Shafiq.
Thank you very much, Sister Salsa. That's a great explanation as Brother Shafiq.
And then we're going to inform, thank you, Sis Salsa, for the report. We're going to wait for your another report for another focals. And then please, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to inform you for the report for the another focals will be reported right after the break sessions. So enjoy your break sessions, enjoy your lunch.
And see you.
See you.
surprise. The glory days. I had to turn up out of the blue and if I bright. Can you stay away? I can't fight. I hope you see my face. I had a bit of mind that for me it isn't over. Never will I find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Too, don't forget me. I beg, I'll remember you said sometime let's love. It's hard insane. Nothing compares, no worries of cares. Regret or mistake, no memory says would have been this things. Never will I find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Too, don't forget me. I beg, I'll remember you said sometime let's love, but sometime it hurt instead. Thank you. Okay, the next song is You Are the Reason. You are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. 'Cause my mind racing. 'Cause you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm helpless now. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. There goes my hand shaking, and you are the reason. My heart keeps bleeding. I need you now. If I picture the light, fit in the dark, spending it all every day, keeping you safe. swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. Of a dream in me, getting louder. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hand when you share this with me. 'Cause Charlie, without you, all the sign of a thousand spotlight, all the stars we'll steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants. My name is Yasinta Farahsani, and I'm the Master of Ceremony today. We are delighted to welcome you to our focal conferences of the Engineering Faculty, which consists of the 4th International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, the 3rd International Conference on Electronic and Electrical Engineering and Intelligent Systems, the International Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Robotics, Signal and Image Processing, and the International Conference on the Information Technology and Computing. As part of the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation conducted by Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. It's an honor for me to introduce and welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Christian Blum from the Spanish Research Council, Spain, Associate Professor Dr. Khairul Anwar from Telkom University, Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Ahsin Muflihun, PhD from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Sing Chung Chen from Asia University, Taiwan, Assistant Professor Walid Ejaz, PhD from Lakehead University, Canada. And also we welcome all the presenters and participants of the International Conference of the Sustainable Innovation. For a brief moment, we will listen to the recitation of the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 285 to 286, recited by Mr. Mufadal Al-Bakir. To Mr. Mufadal Al-Bakir, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
So thank you very much for your recitation. For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing the Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya, and then followed by the Muhammadiyah anthem, Sang Surya. May all of us rise. may be seated now. Let us now begin the conference. Distinguished guests, faculty members, participants, and ladies and gentlemen, as the host of this conference, the chairman of each focal conference will deliver the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Teddy Nurcahyadi, PhD, as the chairman of the 4th International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. To Mr. Teddy Nurcahyadi, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yasinta. The Honorable Dr. Aris Widyanugroho, the Dean of the Engineering Faculty. The Honorable Dr. Berli Paripurna Kamil, the Head of the Mechanical Engineering Study Program. The Honorable Dr. Cahya Damarjati, the Head of the Information Technology Study Program. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon to everyone. We are gathered in this room to celebrate the opening ceremony of 4 conferences hosted by the Engineering Faculty of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. I am here represent the ICSAME 2023, and later my fellow chairpersons from IC3IS, Aerosip, and ICITCOM will extend their welcome to you. On behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome all of you to the 2023 4th International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. We are glad that you are here with us online or on-site in this event. In this opportunity, I would like to thanks to all authors who submit their papers to our conference, and also a big thanks to all reviewers who already reviewed this paper carefully. This conference would not be possible without the support of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and for that we are grateful to the leaders of our university, the mechanical engineering and the information technology study program. A special thanks to students, staff and lecturers from the mechanical engineering study program for their hard work in preparing this conference. And as we finish up, we hope all of you can make the most of this conference, enjoy every moment and connect with new people. And we are excited to see you again next year in ICSAME 2024, bringing your new ideas and contribution to the research in our fields. Thank you very much, and let's make this conference truly remarkable. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Mr. Teddy Nurcahyadi for your welcome speech. The second welcome speech will be from the chairman of the 3rd International Conference on Electronic and Electrical Engineering and Intelligent Systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nur Hayati. Please, to Ms. Nur Hayati, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, co-organizer universities, sponsors, distinguished speakers and guests, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the committee, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the third International Conference on Electronic and Electrical Engineering and Intelligence System, or ICE3IS. This objective of conference is to bring together academics and industry professionals in field related to electronic and electrical engineering and intelligence system. ICE3IS aims to provide a wide range of current research in the field of theoretical and applied electronic, electrical, and intelligence system, as well as to discuss their development. This conference volume contains of 101 selected paper from an original total of 161 that were presented orally at the conference. We have presenters from Malaysia, India, China, Iraq, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Lebanon, Thailand, South Africa, Japan, Australia, United Kingdom, Prague, Taiwan, Philippines, and the United States. The papers are accepted following the peer review by technical committee members and international reviewers. The topic covered in the conference paper are artificial intelligence, electronic, electrical and power engineering, information system and embedded system, robotic and mechatronic, signal processing and computer vision, telecommunication, computer network, and wireless communication. It is also highlighted by our three keynote speakers sharing their research with us. They are Professor Dr. Sin Sung Seng from Asia University, Taiwan, Prof. Christian Plum from UAB, Spain, Associate Professor Dr. Khairul Anwar from Telkom University. The last, we express sincere appreciation to the steering committee, advisory board, conference chair, program chair, technical program committee member, and international reviewer. Special appreciation is extended to the keynote speaker and all the authors for contributing their most recent research to the conference. We hope the conference attendees have a wonderful and enjoy the Yogyakarta. We are confident that the participants will have fruitful discussion and appreciate the opportunity to form future partnership. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome speech. The third welcome speech is from Mr. Slamet Riyadi, PhD, as the chairman of the International Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Robotics, Signal, and Image Processing. Because Mr. Slamet Riyadi is in another duty now, so his welcome speech will be shown in the following video. So let's take a look together. To the operator, please play the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, our co-organizer universities, sponsors, distinguished speakers, guests, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, including the Department of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, organize various activities to create and share research and innovation, such as today's event, the 2023 International Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Robotics, Signal and Image Processing, or IROSIP. This conference provides specific topics in artificial intelligence, robotic, signal, and image processing, since they play a significant role in Industrial Revolution 4.0. Universities and industries create various advanced innovation from fundamental theory to actual implementation of real-life problems. This year, we received 131 article submission, and our technical committee decided to accept 94 qualified articles. The registered presenters are from 10 countries, the USA, UK, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, India, Bangladesh, Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. The IROSIP is organized under the technical support of the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, or IEEE, which means all accepted and presenter papers will be available at the IEEE Explore Digital Library and indexed by Scopus. This digital library and reputable index will make our publication accessible worldwide, then many stakeholders read and take benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, we express our deep gratitude to our co-organizers, University Malaya and University Malaysia Perlis, our sponsors, the IEEE, reviewers, and the committee for their dedication and support in preparing and organizing this event. Finally, I take this opportunity to welcome all presenters and participants. We hope you enjoy this event and have wonderful conference days. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The last one will be the welcome speech of the chairman of the International Conference on Information Technology and Computing, Mr. Eko Prasetyo, PhD. To Mr. Eko Prasetyo, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow enthusiasts of the digital frontiers, a warm enthusiastic welcome to all of you to this remarkable gathering, the 2023 International Conference on Information Technology and Computing, ICOSI 2023. It is a pleasure to see such a diverse and talented group of researchers and innovators here, united by our shared passion for all things technology. In this rapidly evolving digital age, the realm of information technology serves as the backbone of our interconnected world. From groundbreaking advancement in artificial intelligence and data analytics to the ever-expanding frontiers of cybersecurity and software development, this conference is set to be a platform for the exchange of ideas that shape the very fabric of our future. I encourage each one of you to take full advantage of the multitude of sessions and networking events that this conference has to offer. Engage in conversations that challenge your assumption, explore technologies that you've never encountered before, and seek out partnerships that could define the trajectory of your career. So, let's dive into the next few days with open minds and boundless enthusiasm. Let's learn, let's share, and let's collectively shape the contours of tomorrow's digital landscape. Once again, a warm welcome to the ICOSI 2023. Let's make this event an unforgettable experience filled with discovery, innovation, and connections that will last a lifetime. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome speech. Now we are going to listen the welcome speech and continued with the official opening of the international conferences of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta, by the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome Mr. Aris Widyo Nugroho, PhD. To Mr. Aris Widyo Nugroho, the stage is yours.
Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Putianto, MP, IPM, Honorable keynote speaker, Professor Christian Brum from Spanish National Research Council, the Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, Spain, Honorable Professor Xing Chung Chen from Computer Science and Information Engineering from Asia University, Taiwan, Honorable keynote speakers, Associate Professor Khairul Anwar from School of Electrical Engineering, Universitas Telkom Indonesia, Honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Ahsan Mukhlihudin from Mechanical Engineering, Universitas Gajah Mada, Yogyakarta, Honorable keynote speaker, Professor Walid Ijaz from Electrical Engineering Department, Lakehead University, Canada. Honorable all Head Department in Engineering Faculty, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Honorable all the chairmen of the Fakultas in the ICOSI, and Honorable all invited speakers and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, all praises are due to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, blessing and salutation upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his family and companion. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Engineering Faculty, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, I am pleased to welcome you all to the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or ICOSI, in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. This conference is organized by university and has possess 4 vocals that organized by 3 departments in engineering faculty, and collaboration with University Malaysia Perlis and University of Malaya. I would like to thank to the Honorable all keynote speakers who have been willing to be part of the international conference. I also would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to all the chairperson, Dr. Teddy Nur Cahyati, Dr. Nur Hayati, Dr. Slamet Riyadi, Dr. Eko Prasetyo, and also Dr. Yesi Jusman for your kindness in preparing this international conference. Also, I would like to say thanks to the IEEE publisher and IEP publisher who have agreed to publish scientific paper at this international conference. Welcome also goes to the participant of the summer school program from Universitas delegation from University Malaysia Perlis and Asia University that follow the summer school program. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has been held since 2016. This conference aims to be a place to display scientific works from all over the world, not only from researchers, lecturers, but also practitioners, industries, scientists work from all over the world. In this year, ICOSI 2023 comprises of multidisciplinary focal conference. The theme is strengthening global response and dynamic collaboration towards Society 5.0. The ICOSI, the 7 ICOSI bring up 15 vocals conferences from various fields of science, including health science, nursing, agriculture, engineering, social science, economic, as well as law and religious studies. For the engineering, there is 4 vocals that will be conducted in this conference. This vocal are aeroship, ICETAMEE, ICE3IS, and ICITCOM. Therefore, by holding this international conference, we hope that it will serve as a platform where researchers, industries, practitioners, government can meet to share ideas and aspirations for the future and try to act as a medium for displaying scientific works from around the world without suppression of a continuous innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding those 4 vocal of 7 International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or ICOSI, namely the 4th ICTAMI, the 3rd ICE3IS, aeroship, and ICITCOM are officially opened. I believe that by participating in this international conference, we can together find new ideas, thoughts, aspiration to sustain the innovation. To all distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here and enjoy the conferences. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Mr. Aris. Please stay there because we are going to have a photo session. All right, so to all the attendees, please come forward and then we are going to take a picture together. Please. Ya, mungkin yang perempuan, dua layar. Mungkin yang perempuan bisa di depan.
Yang di atas dua, yang satu.
Oh iya, oke. Yang perempuan di bawah aja ya kali. Oh iya, oke. Ya. Oh, bisa lewat sini. Takutnya nanti jatuh. Kapan kita habis makan? Kelihatan kayaknya Bu. Kelihatan. Tangan-tangan tertentu nggak ada Bu. Hah? Oh, thank you very much. You can go back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, we are going to hear the speech from our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Christian Blum, from Spanish Research Council Spain, which titled The Advancements in Optimization Techniques, a survey on swarm intelligence and hybrid meta-heuristics. The keynote speech here will be moderated by Mr. Teddy Nurcahyadi, PhD. To Mr. Teddy Nurcahyadi, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello again everyone. Today I will be your moderator for our first keynote speech. And our keynote speaker already joined us today online. He joined us from Barcelona. Our keynote speaker was here in this university in March to April this year. He also gave lecture in this room to our students and lecturer. He was Germany citizen, but currently he lives in Barcelona. He is an internationally recognized researcher with more than 200 publications in journals, proceedings, and books. And his publication got more than 18,000 citations. And he is among the 2% of the most cited researchers in the field of artificial intelligence. Currently, he works in the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute of the Spanish National Research Council in Spain. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first keynote speakers, Professor Christian Blum. Professor Christian Blum.
Okay.
Can you see me and hear my voice well?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay.
So
I'm going to share my slides and
Yes.
and then I'm going to start. Give me just a second to share my slides.
You have 20 minutes for a presentation, and after that we will have a discussion session. Okay, Professor Christian Blum, the stage is yours.
Okay, can you see my slides?
Not yet. We still see blank screen here.
Okay. I'm sharing already, so they should appear.
Mr. Operator, could you check what's wrong? Mr. Blum cannot show his slide. He said he already shared his slide, but we cannot see his slide right now. Can you try it again, Professor Blum?
Sure.
Share your slide again. Sudah dijadikan co-host?
So they should appear now. I'm sharing.
Okay.
Can you see my slides?
No. We still cannot see your slide.
Okay.
Professor Blum, do you use PowerPoint or PDF for your presentation file?
I'm using PDF.
Could you share the whole screen. Don't just share your.
Yes, I'm sharing the screen.
But we cannot see your presentation.
Yeah, let me check. So sharing is on. I'm not sure why they don't appear.
The operator said that he cannot also see your slide in their monitor.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Bloom. Do you use Zoom app or you use Zoom web right now? Hello, Dr. Bloom, Professor Bloom. Can you hear me? Hello, can you try again
Hello,
to
can you
share
hear me?
your? Can you try again to share your slide, please?
Yeah, I will try.
Or maybe you can send the file to me. You can send via WhatsApp to me, and I will send it to the operator, and they can operate the slide for you.
Yeah, let me give me one more chance to share the
Okay.
slides.
Okay. We still cannot see your slide.
You cannot see my slides?
Yes, we cannot see your slide.
Okay, I will send the PDF.
Okay.
How should I send it to you? Hello?
Yes, I'm still waiting for your file. I have not received it.
Yeah. How should I send it to you?
To my WhatsApp, it's easier.
Okay.
I will share it to the staff. Okay, to the operator, Mr. Dika and Mr. Daris, I send the presentation slide from Professor Bloom to our WhatsApp group. Please present his slide, okay? Whenever you ready, Mr. Operator, please show Mr. Bloom slide now. Okay, Professor Bloom, the operator already share your slide, and now you can begin your presentation. So if you want to move your slide up and down, please just say it. Okay, the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. So first of all, I'm sorry for these technical problems. I still have no idea why this happened. So I'm using Zoom regularly and it always works. But today there seem to be some problems. Anyway, we have solved these problems and I finally can start. So first of all, thank you very much for this very kind invitation. I'm still vividly remembering my stay at UMY in Yogyakarta in March, which was an unforgettable experience. And I'm very thankful for that. So I'm very happy to give also this keynote talk. And first of all, I want to say hello and well, nearly I said good morning, but for you it's early afternoon. So good afternoon to all the authorities that are present in the room and which are maybe connected online. And also hello and good afternoon to all the audience. Well, our work, so when I say our, I mean myself and my group. So my group's work is basically on optimization and more specifically on swarm intelligence and on hybrid meteoristics, which are, let's say, subfields of optimization, at least partially. But before I start with my talk, so can I move my slides myself in this way, or how do I do that?
You can
or do I have to give you?
Next, please. Next
okay,
slide,
so next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, I want to give you a little bit of a personal introduction, okay, before I start the scientific part of my talk. I'm working at the Spanish National Research Council, more specifically at the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute, the IIIA, which is one of the, I think, more than 30 institutes of the Spanish National Research Council, which is one of the largest public institutions dedicated to research in Spain. It was created in 1939, and it's now the third largest public institution, research institution in Europe. 6% of all the research staff in Spain work for the CSIC, so this is quite a lot if you consider that there are many universities also. And the next figure is even more impressive. So 20%, about 20% of the scientific production in Spain are authored by authors from CSIC. Okay, so Our institute is quite small. We are just around 25 tenured scientists. This means the undefinite persons who are working there for lifetime, let's say. And we have 50 additional staff members, which includes postdocs, PhD students, technicians, administration, and so on. We have 4 main lines of research, which is machine learning, optimization, which is my line of research, logic and reasoning, and multi-agent systems. So you can already see we are not covering all the lines of research in artificial intelligence. As we are a small institute, we are just covering some of these lines. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just to give you an idea where we are located. Okay, this is a map of Europe. In the southwest, you have the Iberian Peninsula with Spain and Portugal, and we are located in the northeastern region of Spain, which is an autonomous region called Catalonia. And the closest major city, if you go to the next slide, please, is Barcelona. Okay, so next slide, please. Yeah. This is Barcelona. If you don't know Barcelona for scientific reasons, for sure many people know it for sportive reasons. Most of you will know FC Barcelona if you are interested in football. But Barcelona is also a very large city, so the metropolitan area has, I mean, at least for European standards. I know that for Asian standards, 5.6 million is not too big, but for European standards, it's a really large city. It's the largest metropolis actually on the Mediterranean coast. And it's also a city of history. So we have 9 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So next slide, please. Okay, so it's not just that we have World Heritage Sites, we also are a city of culture and arts. And one of the most famous artists in Barcelona, or Barcelona-based artists, is undoubtedly Antoni Gaudí, who lived between 1852 and 1926. And he has built, or he has created a lot of artworks in Barcelona. And one of the examples is Park Güell. So if you have ever a chance to visit Barcelona, you should for sure visit Park Güell and also the Sagrada Familia. But before I make more advertisement for traveling, I will start with the scientific part of my talk. So if you go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I'm working in general on artificial intelligence. As I said at the beginning, I'm based in an artificial intelligence research institute. Here are some of the areas that are covered by artificial intelligence. So robotics belongs to artificial intelligence. Of course, machine learning. Machine learning is nowadays the dominating field really in artificial intelligence because it includes the large field of deep learning, which is creating a lot of advancements nowadays, like ChatGPT. You will have heard about that. You don't find optimization in this graphic, and this is because optimization or efficient optimization algorithms are more like a means for advancing research in other fields of artificial intelligence, not only artificial intelligence, also in operations research or in many engineering fields. Efficient optimization algorithms are needed for advancing these fields, and also they are needed for solving problems in industry. So if you go to the next slide, please. So, as I said, optimization problems arise in industrial settings and also in the academic world. So optimization is a very important means for advancing many things. For example, they are an important tool in industry in the context of process optimization, for example, for reducing costs. But sometimes you have also other objectives like increasing safety, for example, and you have conflicting objectives, such as if you want to reduce the costs and you want to augment the safety at the same time, these are usually conflicting objectives. Okay, so, and you have optimization problems with many objectives. On the bottom here, you have just 3 small examples of of optimization problems. On the left-hand side, we see a vehicle routing problem. Okay, so there you have a depot, or one or more depots with vehicles. These vehicles, they have to bring goods to customers. So the circles here are customers. And you have to plan their routes, optimizing certain aspects, like the number of vehicles used, for example, in general, the costs that you have for bringing goods to customers. In the middle, you have a problem arising in bioinformatics. Okay, so people in medical research, they are looking for new medication, and they are creating new compounds. So they want to know which part of a compound binds with a protein. So this can be modeled as an optimization problem. And there again, you need efficient optimization algorithms for solving these kind of problems. On the right-hand side, you have again a very different optimization problem. It's a timetabling problem. This is also a very large area of optimization problems, where this is an example of a school, but any university has this problem at least twice per year for each semester. You have to assign students to classes, classes to classrooms, teachers to courses, and so on. And you have to do that without violating any conflicts. So next slide, please. Our own research is in optimization, as I said, but it's very algorithm oriented. So we are usually not focusing on a specific topic or on a specific problem to solve, let's say. We are more like oriented towards general algorithms that work well for many optimization problems. And usually our work falls into one of two categories, or into the overlap of these two categories, which is swarm intelligence on one side and hybrid meta-heuristics on the other side. Okay, so swarm intelligence algorithms, they take inspiration from intelligent behaviors that you can discover in social insects. These are translated into algorithms which are then used to solve technical problems, such as optimization problems. On the other side, you have the field of hybrid meta-heuristics, where we try to combine optimization algorithms from different fields in order to have more efficient algorithms at the end. Next slide, please. So this is a very rudimentary taxonomy, because many optimization problems are missing. This is just to give you an idea on what kind of problems we are usually working. We are usually working on combinatorial optimization problems. If you know this field, you will know emblematic examples such as the traveling salesman problem, for example, or routing problems and timetabling problems, and so on. They can be modeled in different ways. So, for example, they can be modeled as an integer linear program or as a non-linear program. And on the other side, we are sometimes working on function optimization problems, where problems are modeled by means of variable with continuous domains. While on the other side, we have discrete problems in combinatorial optimization, which are modeled by variables with discrete domains. Okay, so, but in this taxonomy, there are many problems missing. Stochastic problems are missing, multi-objective problems are missing, and so on. Okay, so this is much larger. This is just to give you an idea. Next slide, please. So when we have problems to solve, we also have algorithms. We need algorithms. And especially when we talk about combinatorial optimization, we can decide between essentially two types of algorithms for solving them. On one side, we have exact techniques like dynamic programming, branch and bound, and so on. So these techniques, they give me an optimal solution to my problem in bounded time, okay? But sometimes this time requirement is too high, so we need to resort to other types of algorithms, and generally we choose then approximate techniques, okay? So approximate techniques, they give us a solution to my problem in a relatively short time, but they don't give any guarantees. Okay, so these solutions, they might not be optimal. We don't actually know how far they are from being optimal sometimes, or most of the times. And in this category, we have very simple greedy heuristics, for example, that build solutions step by step, starting from an empty solution and adding one component at a time until I have a valid solution to my problem, okay? Not necessarily optimal. And we have more sophisticated techniques like meta-heuristics. And we are working a lot on meta-heuristics, for example, on ant colony optimization algorithms. So these are algorithms that are inspired by the working of the shortest path finding behavior of real ant colonies. We are working also on evolutionary algorithms. So these are algorithms that are inspired by natural evolution. And we are also working on local search-based algorithms that, for example, on taboo search. Okay, so, but there are many more meta-heuristics that you can find in the literature. Next slide, please. So what are the advantages, let's say, or when would you use certain types of algorithms? I would say, so on the x-axis of this graphic here, you see problem instance size, but I could have put there more generally problem instance difficulty. Okay, so when you have rather small or rather easy problems, then you can use exact techniques and they give you in a rather short time an optimal solution to your problem. But when problem instance size or difficulty grows, at some point there's a kind of a phase transition usually where exact techniques stop to work, at least in the time frame that we give them. And we have to resort to approximate techniques like heuristics and meta-heuristics. Okay, so these approximate techniques, they excel, or they are better usually than exact techniques for large instances, problems with uncertainty, multi-objective problems, and so on. Okay, so next slide, please. Now, we have exact techniques, we have approximate techniques. Why do we need hybrid techniques, hybrid meta-heuristics? What's their reason of being? And the reason of being is simple. Often, problems, at least nowadays, when researchers and practitioners try to solve problems of increasing size, we reach sometimes problem instance sizes where even meta-heuristics are lost in these huge search spaces that are built or created or inherent to large problem instances. And there, at least in our experience, we could see that hybrid techniques that, for example, in a clever way combine exact techniques with meta-heuristics and approximate techniques, they take advantage of synergies between the two types of algorithms, and then they can excel for large-scale problems. Next slide, please. So I just want to give you a short idea of the different types of algorithms. So if we talk about exact methods in combinatorial optimization, we can first think about exhaustive search, right? So exhaustive search would be, we are studying our problem and we are looking at each valid solution to my problem instance, and then I'm picking simply one of the best ones. Okay, so this would be exhaustive search, but as you can imagine, this is not practical. When problem instance size grows too much, this is not an approach that we can use, because we will have billions of different solutions and it would just take too much time to look at all of them. Then we have mathematical programming techniques from operations research, okay, like branch and bound, branch and cut, branch and price, and so on. So there's been a lot of research going on in mathematical programming in the mathematics part in operations research over the last, I would say, at least 50 years or more. And they have really clever techniques, exact techniques for solving combinatorial optimization problems up to a certain size. Then we have dynamic programming, also constraint programming, and so on. Okay, so this is just a short overview. Next slide, please. So what is a hybrid technique exactly? What is a hybrid meta-heuristic? And the problem is, well, I don't know if it's a problem, but this is not really well defined. Okay, so but what we can do is we can give a possible characterization of what is a hybrid meta-heuristic. In my view, a hybrid meta-heuristic is a technique that results from the combination of a meta-heuristic with any other technique for optimization. This can be also a human observer that gives hints or preferences to an optimization technique from time to time. Okay. And options for such other techniques in general are meta-heuristics, other meta-heuristics. So you can combine a meta-heuristic with another meta-heuristic, or you combine a meta-heuristic with branch and bound, with dynamic programming, or with ILP techniques. Next slide, please. So why are we talking about hybrid meta-heuristics nowadays? This is because different fields or different research lines in optimization, they coexisted for many, many years in isolation. Okay, so this even happened in the meta-heuristics field. So people that were working on evolutionary algorithms, for example, for a long time, they didn't even have a look what people were doing in tabu search or in local search-based meta-heuristics. Okay, so they existed in isolation, and they didn't even look what people in operations research were doing. Okay, so at some point only people started to look what other researchers were doing. Okay, and this started more or less at the beginning of the 2000s. Okay, so in '99 you see the creation of the first conference specifically dedicated to hybrid techniques, and this conference was called CP-AI-OR. So CP stands for constrained programming, AI obviously for artificial intelligence, and OR for operations research. So this was the first conference that tried to bring together people from these two fields, from these three fields actually. In 2004, some colleagues of mine and myself, we inaugurated or created a new workshop series on hybrid meta-heuristics, which were held every year for the first years, and were published proceedings were published in Springer LNCS. Nowadays, we are not going on organizing these conferences because you see hybrid algorithms or papers on hybrid algorithms in most conferences nowadays on computational intelligence or on artificial intelligence, operations research. So nowadays, I think there's no need anymore to have really specialized conferences. But at that time, the need was really high. Okay. So for all these reasons, nowadays, the term hybrid meta-heuristic identifies really a different type of, a different line of research. Next slide, please. So this gives you an idea how popular hybrid meta-heuristics are. Okay, so these are the publication numbers per year. So publications that include the term hybrid meta-heuristic. And you can see that this is nearly constantly growing. Just between 2009 and 2017, there was a kind of a plateau, but then it was rising again. Okay. So nowadays we have around 700-800 papers that per year published worldwide that mention the term hybrid meta-heuristic. But you can imagine that not all papers that deal with a hybrid meta-heuristic actually mention the term hybrid meta-heuristic. So in reality, there are many more papers on hybrid meta-heuristics out there. Next slide, please. So this is just some information if you want to have more information on hybrid meta-heuristics. We published a journal paper, a survey paper in Applied Soft Computing in 2011 on this topic. There's also a nice edited book by El Ghazali Talbi and colleagues, I don't know exactly from which year, and with a colleague of mine, with Günter Reidel, I wrote a book in 2016 about hybrid meta-heuristics. So if you need some more information on this field, you are welcome to have a look into one of these works. If you want to have a copy of this book, for example, or of the journal paper, you can also contact me on my email address, and I will send it to you. Next slide, please. So I wanted to show you some examples of our own work, and I want to put emphasis on this first example. Okay, so this part will be a little bit more technical than the talk so far. I hope you are not getting lost, but if you are getting lost in this example, bear with me, because afterwards there will be another example which is more graphical and more easy to understand. But I wanted to put this example here about the combination of optimization and machine learning, because it is our most recent work, and there's really a hype on combining optimization techniques with machine learning, or with more specifically with deep learning. Okay, so as I said at the beginning, machine learning is one of the important parts of artificial intelligence. Actually, many people nowadays, when they hear artificial intelligence, they immediately think about machine learning. And deep learning, there's a lot of fuss about deep learning nowadays. There are incredible advancements achieved by deep learning. ChatGPT, for example, is one example where deep learning is at work, and which produces very impressive outcomes. Next slide, please. So there's a very interesting journal paper from 2021 which explains the need, or how to combine optimization techniques for combinatorial optimization with machine learning techniques in a beneficial way. Okay, and the main claims of this paper are as follows. So machine learning may be used in two ways, at least two ways, for improving algorithms for combinatorial optimization. The first one is generate a fast approximation for heavy computational tasks. Okay, so sometimes calculating the objective function value of a solution can take a lot of time. So this would be a heavy computational task. And what this paper is advocating is that you are approximating the objective function with a machine learning technique, and then instead of calculating objective function values, which takes a long time, you use actually the trained machine learning model for getting an approximation value for your objective function. The second one is learning missing expert knowledge. Okay, so for example, sometimes you have problems where it's really difficult to apply a meta-heuristic algorithm because you don't have problem knowledge. Okay, you don't have a well-working greedy function, for example. And then the idea is to learn this missing expert knowledge with a machine learning model. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is exactly what we were doing in these two papers. Okay, so this is Camilo Chacon is one of my current PhD students, and this work was very successful because a paper published in the FED CSIS conference in 2022 won the Best Paper Award, actually, and another one, a follow-up paper this year at the GECO 2023 conference, was nominated for Best Paper Award. Okay, so this gives you an idea of how interesting this topic actually is for the research community of combining machine learning with optimization algorithms. Okay, so next slide, please. I'm trying to give you an idea of the main idea of this approach. Okay, and for giving you this idea, I have to use a test case. Okay, and the test case is called target set selection. So this is a combinatorial optimization problem, and I'm going to explain that to you quickly. So given in this problem is an undirected graph G, okay? And when we have an undirected graph, we have a set of nodes, which is V, and a set of edges connecting these nodes, which is E, okay? And in this specific case, in the target set selection problem, our graph is usually a social network. Okay, so nodes in this graph are people, okay, the people that are participating in this social network, and edges indicate friendship, for example, okay, so or connectedness. So when two people are connected, this means they are friends, they can share information and so on. Okay, so every social network induces an undirected or directed graph. In this case, it's an undirected graph. Now, what we want to do is we want to find solutions to the target set selection problem. And any solution is a subset of the nodes of the graph. Okay? And any subset of the nodes of the graph, so any subset of the people participating in the social network, is a valid solution if this set of people influences all the other people. Okay? And the fact if they can influence all the other people, this is determined by an influence propagation model. And in our case, this influence propagation model is called linear threshold model. Okay, I'm going to explain on the next slide how this works. So we want to find a subset of all the people that can influence all the other people in the social network, and we want to find a subset which is as small as possible, because this is our optimization objective. Okay, you see that on the last line here in this box. Objective function is the size of the subset of nodes or people. Okay, and we want to minimize. So next slide, please. So this is a graph. Okay, this is an undirected graph. On top here you have the problem instance. This is simply the graph. You see the connections. And on the left here you see a solution. This is a possible solution. Okay, V2 and V9. So here we have two people or nodes, and this is a possible solution. And now we want to know if this solution is a valid solution. So if these two nodes can influence the whole graph. Okay. And one important parameter of our model is that at least half of the neighbors of a node must be influenced for the node to become influenced itself. Okay, so let's have a look at the example. So this is an iterative process. In step 1, we have a look at all the neighbors of our initial nodes, okay, all the neighbors of V2 and V9. And if at least half of their neighbors are influenced, they become influenced themselves. Okay, so in the case of V1, for example, we can see that it has only one neighbor, V2. V2 is influenced, so it becomes influenced itself. Okay, let's have a look at another example, V6. V6 has two neighbors, V2 and V4. One of them, V2, is influenced. Okay, so half of them are influenced, so V6 becomes influenced itself. And this is a propagation model. This is an iterative process. And we can see that after 4 iterations, the whole graph is influenced. Okay, so this means that the solution, which consists of V2 and V9, is a valid solution. And it's also an optimal solution because we cannot find any solution here consisting just of one node that influences the whole graph. Okay, so I hope with this explanation, the problem is becoming clear. So next slide, please. So what are just a few short words about applications of this problem? Of course, the most important one is viral marketing. Okay, so imagine an advertisement, a marketing company that wants to spread information to all the members of a social network. Okay, and imagine they have to pay for each member of this social network, which they actively influence. Okay, so of course they want to influence the smallest number of people in the social network, such that then the information can spread to all the other people in the social network. Okay, and this is exactly the target set selection problem. Next slide, please. Okay, so what we did is we applied an ant colony optimization algorithm to this problem. Okay, ant colony optimization, I mentioned that earlier, is a meta-heuristic which is based or inspired by the shortest path finding behavior of natural ant colonies. And it works basically as follows. So, on the left-hand side there, you can see CO problem, so combinatorial optimization problem. You have a problem that you want to solve. And the first thing you have to do is you have to define what are the components of my problem. What are solution components? And in our case, in the target set selection problem, these are simply the nodes of the graph. Okay, so each node of the graph, each person in the social network is a solution component. And then we have to say, what is the pheromone model? The pheromone model is a set of numerical parameters. Okay, and in this case, we have simply for each node, for each solution component, we have exactly one pheromone value. You can see that on the bottom of this slide. For all nodes V, there exists a pheromone value tau V. Okay, and this is a value between 0 and 1. Now, the ant-colony optimization algorithm is an iterative process. Okay, that at each iteration generates first a set of solutions. And then, based on this set of solutions, the pheromone values are updated. Okay, so of course, we are using the good solutions that we generated for updating these pheromone values in order to shift the probability distribution that our algorithm maintains towards areas in the search space where we find even better solutions. Okay, so over time, over the iterations, this algorithm finds better and better solutions. So next slide, please. So this is the way in which we generate solutions in this problem. Okay, so this is the first box here on this slide. We start with an empty solution. So S is our solution. S is at the end a subset of the nodes of the graph that influences the whole graph. Okay. And while S does not influence the whole graph, so at the beginning it's empty, so for sure it does not influence the whole graph, we choose exactly one of the non-influenced nodes of the graph and add this node to S. Okay, so at each step of this construction process, we add exactly one of the non-influenced nodes of the graph to this set S. So the big question is, how do we choose that node? Okay, and this is done basically by giving probabilities, calculating probabilities for all the nodes, and then make a decision on which node to choose based on these probabilities. I'm not going more into detail. Okay, so the probability, you can see that in the bottom box here, consists of two types of information. The first one is the pheromone value. So this tau V prime is the pheromone value of V prime. And if this value is high, the probability to choose this node will also be higher than the probability for other nodes. And the second information is the degree. So the DEG function is the degree of a node. And in our experience, generally, nodes that have a high degree are good in spreading information. Okay, so we are good, should give preference to nodes with high degree. And this is the greedy function here. Okay, this is greedy function information. So this is the standard ant-colony optimization algorithm. Okay, so we are using this algorithm, but also we are using an extended algorithm, which is a hybrid. So next slide, please. And this shows you the idea, this essential idea of our hybrid algorithm that uses machine learning. Okay, so we were using a SAGE neural network for this purpose. SAGE is a graph neural network. We are training a SAGE model with scale-free networks, which are models for social networks, such that when I give it a new graph, a social network graph to SAGE, it will give me for each node of this graph the probability that this node should form part of the optimal solution. Okay? So the first process, all that is offline. Okay? So we are training a SAGE model, and then when we have a graph for which we want to solve the target set selection problem, we are passing this graph to SAGE, and SAGE gives us the probabilities for each node to belong to an optimal solution. And then we are using these probabilities within our ant-colony optimization algorithm. Okay, on the next slide, I will show you how this is done. So next slide, please. Okay, so assume that for each node now of our graph, we have a learned probability, LV, okay, for it to belong to an optimal solution. And these probabilities, they are generated by Sage. And on the bottom of this slide, you can see how we are using these probabilities for changing the choice probabilities for generating solutions, okay? So you can see now that the probability for node V prime to be chosen depends now on 3 types of information, okay? The pheromone information, the degree information, and on the Sage provided probability, okay? So next slide, please. And this is just to give you an idea of the benefits of this hybrid technique that uses Sage additionally or as a support for uncolony optimization. Here we have 27 social networks on the x-axis, okay? And they are ordered from small to large, okay? So on the left-hand side, we have the smallest graphs, and on the right-hand side, we have really large graphs of more than 1 million of nodes, okay? So you see in this bar plot, you see the improvement that we get over the standard uncolony optimization algorithm with our hybrid technique, okay? You can see that for small and medium graphs, basically there's no improvement. Well, sometimes there's an improvement and sometimes it's a little bit worse, okay? But when we go to really large graphs, we can see really consistent and large improvements. So incorporating the Sage convolutional neural network into our uncolony algorithm especially pays off in the context of large graphs, okay? So next slide, please. And for time reasons, actually, I will skip that part of my talk. So if you can go on, and I will say stop when you have to stop changing slides. Can you go on moving slides forward? Yeah, next one. Next one, please. Next one. Next one. Okay. So the next, let's say, topic of my talk is on a tool that we developed, which is called Search Trajectory Networks, okay, STNs. I want to talk about this tool because I think it will be very important for understanding and analyzing optimization algorithms in the next years. Actually, in 2021, we published a journal paper on search trajectory networks. You see that on the right-hand side, top right of this slide. There's also some R code available in a GitHub repository, which lets you try the STN tool, a basic version. But one of my students, Camilo Chacon, actually recently has developed a full web application for trying this tool, okay? So you here on this slide, you have also the link for that lets you try this tool. But now let me explain what the tool is about. So next slide, please. And by the way, this is a cooperation between me and my colleagues, Gabriela Ochoa and Catherine Malen. So this is a typical STN graphic, okay? So you can see several things here. You can see trajectories, you can see nodes, you can see directed arcs. And what this network shows is trajectories of optimization algorithms, okay? So the squares, the yellow squares, they are start of trajectories. So this is where an optimization algorithm starts in the search space, okay? And the transition, so an edge to a node, is going from one iteration to the next, okay? So at the current iteration, I have a good solution. and then I'm moving to a better solution, possibly better solution in the next iteration. Okay, so a trajectory in this graphic here is a trajectory of an optimization algorithm in the search space. Okay, so we can see that there are trajectories of two colors, so blue and green. And blue are three trajectories of a specific algorithm, which is called CMSA here. And the green trajectories are from a different algorithm, which is called LNS. Okay. Now, the size of circles here, of dots, indicates how many trajectories have passed through that dot. Okay, so the thicker, the wider a dot, the more trajectories have passed through that dot. The color also indicates something. So if there's a green dot, this simply means that only the green algorithm has passed through this dot, okay, through this solution. Red means it's the best solution found in this graphic, okay, the best solution. Gray means that at least two trajectories of two different algorithms have passed through this dot. Okay, so you see a big gray dot here on the left. Okay, so you see that two trajectories of the blue algorithm and one trajectory of the green algorithm have passed through that dot. Okay, the point is that that this these STN graphics, they help us to analyze optimization algorithms. Okay, I can show you an example on the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a real, before this was a toy example, okay? This is a real example of a multi-dimensional knapsack problem instance and 10 runs of two different algorithms, okay? So what can we see here? The first thing we see is that the red dot, the best solution is found by the blue algorithm, okay? We can also see that the green algorithm always starts from the same point. This is usually the case when your algorithm starts from a deterministic greedy solution, okay? But then we can see that the 10 trajectories of this green algorithm, they don't overlap, okay? They end up in different areas of the search space. And this is usually a bad sign for an optimization algorithm. So there's no point of attraction in the search space for this algorithm. Okay, and this is usually a bad sign for the working of an algorithm. On the other side, we have the blue algorithm where there's clearly an area of attraction. Okay, so many trajectories pass through the thick blue point, for example. So this is an area of attraction in the search space, even though many of these trajectories, they leave from there and they end up in different places, okay? But you can also see that this big gray triangle is an ending point for some trajectories. So this is also an area of attraction in the search space. So given this graphic, I can immediately say the blue algorithm works much better than the green algorithm simply due to its behavior, okay? So, and I invite everyone who works on iterative optimization, stochastic optimization algorithms like meta heuristics to try this tool. I hope it will help you to analyze your algorithms. So next slide, please. Next one, please. Next one. Okay, so let me end my talk by just giving you a little bit of an idea of on what kind of projects we are working at the moment. We have actually a new large Spanish national project, which is called AFISUD. So I'm leading this project. This is on advanced computational intelligence techniques used for the benefit of sustainable development. This is a follow-up project of a very successful project that we had from 2020 to 2023. So this one goes from 2023 to 2026. And all the problems that we are considering, optimization problems or technical problems, computational intelligence problems that we are considering in this project, they all have to do with sustainable development goals. Okay, next slide, please. So here you have the main objectives of this project. So the first one is on developing new and more realistic models for electric vehicle routing problems. Okay, so nowadays, you know that in many parts of the world, you have the move or the transition between fossil fuel powered vehicles to electric vehicles. And so there are different challenges when you have routing problems considering electric vehicles. You have to charge them from time to time. You have to know where the charging stations are. You have to consider the time that is needed for charging and so on. But in our view, current EVRP models, they are not really realistic enough. Okay, so the first part of this project where I am personally involved is on electric vehicle routing problems. Then we have another research line which is on personalized education plans. So we have some researchers that try to personalize with AI techniques the education plans of students at universities. We have also some researchers that deal with intelligent health systems. So there are collaborations with hospitals in Barcelona where we try to develop deep learning healthcare systems. Okay, because many areas in healthcare or in hospital-related areas, there are many opportunities to progress with AI techniques. And we have also some researchers working on virtual communities. For example, the use of chatbots with a focus on social agents. Okay, so chatbot, you think about ChatGPT maybe, but this is very general. Okay, so to do something like ChatGPT, you need incredible computational resources. And if you are not a really large company with lots of funding, you cannot do that. So we are doing things that are much more specialized and small. There are some showcases of the predecessor project, the CI Sustain project, which you can access, for example, in this link on the bottom of this slide. So the new project, the AFISUD project, has just started. So we don't have any showcases for that yet, but you can have a look if you want to know what kind of things we are doing. You can have a look at this ride-sharing application, for example, from the predecessor project. Next slide, please. We have also a specific project, so this is also a project led by me, on sustainable transport and delivery of goods in cities, which is called eTrans, also dealing with topics in electric vehicle routing. Okay, so this one is started in December last year and goes until next year, November. Next slide, please. And then we have a very interesting project where we deal with the anastylosis of wall decoration at Medina Sahara. So Medina Sahara is an archaeological site. It was a medieval Islamic palace in the south of Spain. I think it's from the 11th century. Since 2018, it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And what happened is that over the last, nearly 1,000 years, the wall decoration, there was a very sophisticated wall decoration on all the walls of the palace, was simply falling down, okay? And so if we go to the next slide. So what they have nowadays are many fragments of this wall decoration. You see a photo here on the bottom of this slide. This is wall decoration. So these are stone slabs of maybe 20, 30 centimeters wide, or even smaller or larger. So they have approximately 400,000. And archaeologists try to put them together and reassemble the wall decoration as it was. And you can imagine that this is a very, very difficult task and time consuming. So over the last 20 years, I think they just could do 2 or 3 walls, okay? Consisting of a couple of hundred or maybe 1,000 fragments. So this is a huge puzzle which has to be solved, and we are trying to do that with artificial intelligence techniques, which involves, for example, scanning, 3D scanning of all the fragments, and then applying AI techniques for reassembling them on the computer before putting the result back on the wall. Next slide, please. Yeah, with this, I want to finish my talk. Thank you very much for your time and for for being my audience and for listening to me, bearing with me during this nearly 1 hour, I think. I took a little bit of more time. I hope this is no problem. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have some.
Yeah, thank you very much. We continue with discussion session. So if there is any people in this room or people who join us online has question, or we start from this room. Any people want to ask question? I think most of you come from artificial intelligence. So if you have question, please, I will give you this microphone. Anyone?
I have questions. Hello.
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 Yeah.
Could
Okay,
you, operator, could you pin the questioner? What is your name, Mister?
It's not my turn, so my name is Indra Rahmat. So
okay.
Okay.
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentations about the optimizations and some algorithms to optimize. My questions is because there are some you have said also thousands or maybe billions of algorithms in terms of optimizations. I mean, everyone can develop their own optimizations algorithms. So my question is, if we find or a new area of optimizations, what should we do? Should we keep our previous optimization algorithm, or should we find a new probably that is more suitable with the case?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you have a library of optimizations? Which one is the suitable for a case? Which one is for other case? So that is my questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this question. Actually, this is one of the $100 million questions in optimization. So when you have a problem that you want to solve, which type of optimization algorithm do you use, right? So this question, I mean, experienced researchers in optimization, when they get a new problem they have to solve, they usually know from experience what type of algorithm would work well. But this is very difficult to bring this experience to paper, okay? So if someone could write a nice paper on which algorithm to choose in the presence of certain characteristics, problem characteristics, this would be very useful, but no one has done that so far. Why? I mean, I think this is simply because it's very difficult to write such a paper, because a lot has to do with intuition and experience. What I would suggest, if you don't have this kind of experience, is to try, when you have a new problem to be solved, to try 3 or 4 different types of algorithms, okay? And to see which one maybe adapts better to the problem. There was also a second part of your question, aiming at, you were saying when you have an idea of a new type of optimization algorithm, what you should do, if you should follow this idea or if you should choose one of the existing approaches. This is also a difficult topic because honestly, personally, I think that in meta-heuristics, it's difficult nowadays to come up with a really new idea for a new algorithm, okay? So when I say that, I mean generally applicable ideas, okay? I don't mean the adaptation of a specific meta-heuristic to a specific problem. I mean a general idea. To come up with a general idea is very, very difficult. And we see in the last 10 years, especially in the optimization field, in the meta-heuristics field, in the bio-inspired algorithm field, that people come up with sometimes obscure ideas about elephant herding algorithm or things like that. Okay, so taking some animal as an inspiration and trying to build an algorithm around that. And most of the times, I would say, I will phrase that very carefully because it's a sensible issue. Most of the times, these algorithms could have been phrased within already existing frameworks. Okay, so it would not have been necessary, let's say, to use this new inspiration for this algorithm because this algorithm exists already under a different name, basically. Okay, so when you think you have an idea for a new optimization algorithm, maybe even inspired by some natural phenomena, my suggestion is to have a close look in the literature if it does not exist already, maybe under a different name. Okay, so this would be my answer. I hope this answers your question.
So okay, so I have a feedback. So is that legal if we develop our optimizations algorithm? But it's probably exists in other names, but because we don't find any what is maybe like what is a way to find it that is actually similar with our opinion or our approach.
Yeah, so I mean, if you don't find really a similar algorithm in the literature, then you are obviously free to try to launch this algorithm and to publicize it and under a new name.
Okay.
But what I say is you have to be very careful because sometimes you can express your algorithm in a different framework, and it would be exactly the same algorithm from a functional point of view. Okay, so then you should use, of course, the existing algorithm for explaining your algorithm. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Bloom, for the answer and for the questioner. We still have maybe 7 minutes before coffee break. I will give a chance to give one more question. Please say your name and ask your question from people online and in this room. Isn't there any more question from people who join us online? Do you have any question?
This is here. I have a question for Professor Bloom. Am I audible?
Okay, please tell me your name, please, before you ask your
Yeah,
question.
this is Jitesh Sundas here. My name is Jitesh Sundas. Hello, Professor. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was very interesting. I have a question based on the first question, in a way, the first part of it. So we were talking about how to find out, how to evaluate the best fit of the given algorithm as to how it is suitable to a given problem, right? So in certain, in machine learning algorithms generally, there are machine learning pipelines which are available, right? And what I have observed is Microsoft has come up with some way in which they create pipelines and they allow certain models to be run or algorithms to be run against a given data set, and they are evaluating and finding out the best fit. So what I'm trying to understand is what are the parameters based on which they are able to do that? Is it just because they have unlimited resources in a way to evaluate them? This is probably now a survey for a feature in their Azure cloud, delivery. So, I was just curious as to how they are able to do it and how that would, possibly be a solution to this problem that we were discussing a few minutes back in the previous question. Thank you.
Yeah, the problem is that I only understood maybe half of the question. Maybe if it was better understandable in the room, Teddy Noshayadi, maybe can you repeat the main part of the question? Did you understand it better in the room?
Please repeat your question, just a short one, please.
Yeah, maybe if you can write the main part of your question in the chat, that would be useful. Just the main part of your question. I understood basically what it's about, but if you can write the main part of your question in the chat, that would be useful.
Okay, yes, sir. So, okay, pipeline.
Yeah, the problem was acoustic. Okay, are you writing, or is this the question?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to explain, and my intention is to understand how is it that Azure is, as in Microsoft Azure, is able to, they create a small software delivery line, and inside it they are going through different algorithms and giving it on the fly, which is the best one. So how is it that it's doing it behind the scenes? Is it because it has a lot of resources and it's able to evaluate it? What are the parameters on which it is deciding that this is the best fit and this model is not, this algorithm is yes and this algorithm is not? How does it decide it? Maybe supervised, unsupervised?
I can tell you how this is done in the optimization field. Okay, so if you have, let's say you have several algorithms that you could apply to your problem and you want to know what's the best one, then you're basically defining a test set of problem instances. And what's very important is that you first tune each one of your algorithms in order to be able to work in its best way possible. Okay, so parameter tuning, this is very important in the optimization field and also in the machine learning field. So you need to get the parameters right of each one of your algorithms. And in the optimization field, I don't know in the machine learning field, but in the optimization field, there are specific tools that you can use for getting the parameter values of your technique right. Okay, these are scientific tuning software tools. Some of them, I mean, one is called iRace, the other one is called Param ILS. There are many more. So it depends on you what you want to use. But once you have your algorithms, once you have the parameter settings right, then you can compare them on a set of test instances, and then you can see which one works best for your problem. So the important point, the important point in optimization algorithms is really parameter tuning. And in machine learning, I think this should be similar. but I'm not sure what they are using for parameter tuning.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. I cannot see your name here. Thank you very much. I think we already used up our time, and we have to do coffee break after this. Thank you very much to all audience on site and online, and thank you very much to Professor Christian Blum for joining us here and sharing your thoughts, your insight. So with this, to close this session, let us give applause to Professor Christian Blum. So thank you very much.
And I wish you all a very, very successful conference.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. And this is the end of this session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Dr. Christian Blum and also Mr. Teddy Nur Cahyadi for a very great plenary session today. So dear ladies and gentlemen and all participants, for the next session, we are going to have a coffee break. The snacks have been ready outside, so all of you can take it. And then for those who will pray Asar, the prayer room is across this room. And then please note that after the coffee break at 3:30 p.m., we are going to hold a parallel session. The offline parallel session will be conducted in the F4 building on the same floor for Ichitame presenters and participants. And in Ruang Sidang Teknik in F3 building on the same floor for IC3IS and IROSIP presenters and participants. For the online presenters and participants, you can follow the link in your program book. So you can prepare yourself as presenters and participants in that session. The committee will help you to find the room. And then tomorrow morning, we will start the session by parallel session. So you can go to the parallel sessions you are scheduled. And then after that, we are going to have a plenary session here. Yeah, so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
of timing. Okay. Anyone to answer? Erika or Mr. Fakrul?
Maybe I can maybe the measurement 1,33%. Can you answer the 1,33%, Mr. Mr.
The last slide earlier. So the error percentage 1.33. Okay, is it within the range?
The range the 1,337 in the because the result for the table the test they said measure for the timer that had been set on the tool by comparing the timer content in the smartphone 10 times.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you took the average of 10 times.
the time and time is about the error average 1,33%. I think the average the result table 3-1 function ratio.
Okay, so the 1,33% is it acceptable? Acceptable range based on your research?
I think the average deviation for way. Average deviation for way. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
So thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, okay.
So the fifth presentation, I think the person is not around. So we'll move on to presentation number 6 for today. A paper ID 1570933 888, an analysis on the energy consumption of coverage path planning algorithms on multiple UAVs. Okay, so I invite Norima Mokhtar. Okay, so are you presenting the video or you're presenting live?
Hello, I will be presenting on behalf of Dr. Norima. Is my voice clear to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me share my screen, please.
Okay, so you'll be given 7 minutes for presentation, then 3 minutes for Q&A. Your time start now.
All right. Thank you, and hello to everyone. I'm going to present an analysis on the energy consumption of coverage path planning algorithms on multiple UAVs. My name is Anisal Hasnain. I'm a PhD candidate at Faculty of Engineering, University of Malaya. So let me briefly explain the background for this work. And fundamentally, we believe that UAVs have brought the scientists and engineers much closer because of their capabilities of direct elections. At most of the times, we have to explore large areas, and for that, we need the coverage paths that traverse through that area. And planning that path actually is coined as coverage path planning. However, when the areas get bigger and bigger, the exploration is carried out through multiple UAVs. So the question that we had to conduct this study was like, what is the number of UAVs? How many UAVs for a specific area should be enough or sufficient? Or in fact, does it make any difference to the search or not? So what we used here, we selected a couple of coverage path planning algorithms, and we used 1 and 2 UAVs to find out the optimal number of UAVs or whatever we want. The concern was like in a coverage path planning algorithm, there are like 6 fundamental requirements which are mentioned on your screen. And the foremost and the most desired one is the optimal path. The path should be optimal while you are covering an area. So why optimality is needed? On your screen, you can see that like it's a specific area that is swept by two specific methods that almost cover the entire region. But we can see if the path is not optimal, how does it affect the UAV to cover that region? And the problem is the UAVs still face the problem of energy consumption or energy preservation, you can say that. So what our focus is like, we want to optimize the path so that our UAV might be taking lesser energy to cover a specific area. And we also want to see the effect of different paths on our energy consumption. And if the energy is consumed lesser, that means like we can explore more coverage area with the same power that we have. That's number one. Number two, if there are too many maneuvers in your coverage area, for example, on your screen, if let me if let me explain it to you. For example, these specific paths over you see, like there are fewer number of maneuvers as compared to this path. So when a UAV is taking a maneuver, it has to decelerate, it has to almost come to a point of no movement, and then it has to take a turn and then accelerate. So we also believe that if a path has more maneuvers in it, that eventually makes the path lesser optimal.
And mission unit, and the topmost unit. This unit is known as cloud and user interface unit. There is another unit which is power unit, which is responsible for a power supply in the system. As we know, bioflux system needs 24/7 oxygen supply. So a backup power supply is a must for Bangladesh perspective. For that, we have proposed a PV solar system where a solar panel collects solar energy with help of a DC power supply, and that charge controller stores that energy to a battery bank. And from the battery bank, with help of a DC to AC converter, AC current supply to the system. After that, another unit is sensing unit. In proposed system, there are total 7 types of sensor, and a camera is attached to the sensing unit which sends data to Raspberry Pi. pH sensor is responsible for measuring pH of the water. Temperature sensor measures the temperature of the tank. DOO sensor measures oxygen level of the water. Water level sensors measures how much water present in the tank. A TDS sensor measures total dissolved solid particle in the water. Ammonia sensor is responsible for measuring ammonia level in the tank. Additionally, a humidity sensor also attached in order to measure humidity of the environment. A camera is attached because of measuring the flock. Flock bacteria can be identified by image processing technique, which is proved in reference 10 or reference 11 paper. This work proposed a cloud-based analysis for measure flock amount from the picture which is clicked by the camera. By applying tiny spot detection algorithm, we can measure the flock count in the picture. Now discussing about machine and pump unit. Various types of pump and motors are connected to Raspberry Pi, and Raspberry Pi can turn it on or off. Here additionally a buzzer also attached when parameters of the water become dangerous. It also sends an alarm SMS to user. Values will be stored in LCD monitor, which is also connected to the Raspberry Pi. A air pump. Here we have used SCO 008 air pump for surge nanobubbles into the water in order to maintain oxygen level of the tank. Additionally, a wave maker added to the tank so that fish can swim reverse wave, and it is very helpful for a fish growth. This is NOARC previously added water maker, NOAAR previously added wave maker in their system. This is how a wave maker looks like. Now think about the topmost part, which is cloud and user interface part in our architecture. Raspberry Pi connected to the cloud with help of Wi-Fi gateway. Real-time data simultaneously stored in NoSQL database. As huge data have to be managed, so we have used NoSQL database over a SQL database, which will be an advantage for our system. With help of mobile application and website, user can directly communicate with our system. By using this user interface, farmer can monitor his or her farm regularly. So water quality management will become painless. The bottommost part was actuator unit in our architecture, where total 4 kinds of actuator are present. First one is food actuator, which is responsible for supply food on the tank on time. TDS actuator actually control TDS level in a tank. If TDS become less than 2000 milligram per liter, this actuator will supply salt in the water, and if TDS become
next class, or next one, and next one until it's purely from the book. After that, the LCDs show the identification and If it's true, then it's finished. Okay. Result and discussion. This is the graph of sensor MK over time. They shown the sensor activity from 7 different classes, from pure beef and mixed beef and pork, and from pure pork. The result are MK8 has the highest value from others sensor, and beefs have the higher overall value than the pork, which means the scent is much higher. And over pork are a straight line we can see right here. And then the accuracy for machine learning itself, it's reached the score of 0.99 or 99% of the accuracy, which means it's very accurate. Conversion matrix. In this graph, we can see that the row represents the actual data, while the column is represent the data predicted by machine learning. We can see there is a diagonal line, means it's a good at prediction. There is only one prediction false at class 2 and one true false true data at class 1. This is mean that the actual data is 1, but the machine learning itself thinks that it's class 2, and that is wrong. And here, this PCA plot to visual clustering data, we can see class 0, 1, 3, and 5 have the wide range of data set or data in general. Class 2, 4, and 6 have the smaller range of data. Class 5, 6, 4, and 3 are close from each other. Wider range means data from the specific class are variative. The more closer each class means the difference between two data class are low. And from here we can see that beef are on the right side and pork is on the left side. Conclusion: detecting pure beef, pork, and mixed between both by analyzing gas level using AMQ sensor was successful. Artificial neural network method has demonstrated a superior performance in classification tasks and effectively handle large of database. The progress of this system will play a crucial role in the combating trade fraud and ensuring the consumption of halal food for Muslim community. Thank you for listening, and I'll back for the moderators. Thank you.
Thank you.
all the participants. Let's go to the next presenter. The research entitled Machine Learning Based Daily Rainfall Data Gap Filling Method, a case study of Jakarta area, and will be presented by Dr. Muhammad Fajar Asidiki. Dr. Muhammad Fajar Asidiki, do you want to present directly or you use video?
Maybe using the video that I already submitted.
Okay. Okay, then we will play the video.
Yeah, thank you.
And this is done by Rafael Edwin Hananto Kusumo. Sorry if I read it wrongly or not nicely as it should. Adela Gravita, Miss Ricky Prasojo, Erdi Irwansha, and I believe these lovely researchers come Bina Nusantara University Indonesia. I believe Mr. Ricky Prasojo will handle this. Please have the floor and you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zamri Harun. Is my voice are clear, right?
Very clear.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna share my screen first. Let me. Wait. Okay. First of all, hello everyone. I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to present our paper on aeroship, and thank you so much to University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Today I'm represent all of my friend and my lecturer. There's Rafael Edwin, Adela, and my lecturer, Mr. Edi Irwansyah. Okay. Next is this research focuses on the vital role of tree in oxygen production and their benefit in improving the well-being of urban population by reducing emission. Using deep learning, specifically deep forest, we detect trees in urban areas using aerial images from Gelora Bung Karno areas and TPU Karet Bifak in central Jakarta. The study also analyzed the tree health using VARI method or visible atmospherically resistant index. For the most accurate result, the finding will provide valuable insight into the tree condition in the area, aiding the development of effective urban tree maintenance strategies for a healthier environment. Next, from the related works, we can see in 2022, Bennett and Gemma conducted a study using a deep forest, which achieved remarkably high accuracy in tree detecting and counting. And then moving on tree health assessment, ANISA in 2020 employ aerial imagery with VARI and discover concerning declining health of tree with the study area requiring inspection. And the last, in 2022, SEWICO utilized aerial imagery and VARI and found many unhealthy and dead trees. From this related study, it can be concluded that the forest and VARI have proven to be effective in detecting and assessing tree health. However, there is a difference between their research and in terms of tree specifies. In the previously mentioned study, they use specific tree species where areas in our study, we did not focus on the tree species, but rather on urban areas with a much tree population. For the methodology, we utilize aerial imagery data obtained from the Department of Public Works, Special Planning and Settlement, or Dinas Cipta Karya, Tata Ruang, and Permukiman in DKI Jakarta. This dataset has a spatial resolution of 10 centimeter and covers the central Jakarta area. It was split into 80% for training and 20% for validation purpose. To enhance the dataset, we apply augmentation technique, including 10-degree rotation using a tile size 256 to 256 with a stride of 128. In the deep forest algorithm, we utilize Python programming to train and predict individual trees, incorporating the RetinaNet model and PyTorch package. To be more specific, our initial experiment were conducted in 2 areas within Gelora Bung Karno Stadium, and where the areas had densely populated with trees and significantly impacting the city health and frequently visited by the public, making them important contribution to green open space area. However, after the analyzing result in GBK area, we found room for improvement. That include additional experimental data for an area with more widely spaced tree canopy. Specifically, the Karet Bivak urban forest area, all the 3 dataset were trained in the same experimental configuration involving 35 epoch, a learning rate by 0.00001, and 4 batches. Subsequently, this highest result obtained from the study will be further analyzed using vegetation as atmospherically resistant index or VARI, which leverages the RGB output of the tree. VARI is a vegetation index that assesses the health of the tree by RGB value. Okay, the next is the data processing, where we manually labeling all the trees on the areas. Add our model and train our model in here to get the individual tree prompt prediction. So after that, this is the result of deep forest. From the first result, Gelora Bung Karno Area 1, we got recall 34%, precision 15%, and F1 score 21%. Gelora Bung Karno Area 2, recall up 80%, precision 48%, and F1 score 60%. And the last is TPU Karet Bivak with recall 87%, precision 58%, and F1 score is 70%. We can see from the result, the more dense the canopy of the trees or more compact the trees each other, makes the result are more low. But if the trees had more space, we got the bigger value in here, right? Okay, this is the result of the forest for the areas. This is our manual labeling, and this is the forest prediction labeling. From 125 trees, we can predict with the forest 85 trees. Okay. Next, we are going, because the TPU Karet Bivak is the most highest result, we use the TPU Karet Bivak. And then we go to VARI flowchart, to VARI, to assess the health assessment of the trees. Okay, so this is the flowchart, and then this is the equation of VARI, where they using RGB to detect or the tree is health, or not, or declining health or something. So this is the equation: green minus red, and then green plus red and minus blue. And this is the result from 125. The forest successfully detected 85 trees on TPU Karat Bivak, and Fari successfully detect 2 healthy trees and 15 moderate health trees, 41 declining health, and 27 trees need inspection. And also we verify on the location are the result.
Not be done because we are utilizing the crucial information of this reactor site. So these are the open things. Bombarding on a real-time basis. That is yes.
This is possible, I think. Yes. Don't worry about it. Because I think India is advanced country, right? And I have also many friends from India. But I know that the political Dubai, maybe call it system or weapon system, is very, very difficult.
Even we cannot enter in the defense research laboratory. Even we are graduate students. So that is the challenge for us to develop such products.
Yes, this is my work. Okay.
Actually, your work is quite good, and we can learn from that. Actually, how to develop this system within the company.
Yeah, actually, I can hear about this data because we realized that Indonesia only buyer, right? We haven't made the weapon here up to now. So it is, I think if you try to find the information about the paper that dealing with the weapon, maybe there is still my name in Tontonan, a lot of, because I want to go up about this. I think this is not the classified. Even maybe another person just make weapon dealing with my paper, but they or he didn't. The situation is okay. It's okay. So it's very, very crazy for me to develop because weapon is very, very expensive.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and weapon dealing with the security aspect. Or go ahead, George.
Not so much of a question, but if the image is captured from a bird eye view, would it improve the system? So if you have a drone at the top, positioned at a target, and using that image as destination, would it improve the system in terms of the accuracy? Does it make sense?
Makes sense. Yes. And my business nowadays is using drone. Yes, right. And this current system also nowadays I have the grant from government to this one become the UAV, right? The UAV, we talk man there. So the exercise from UAV can be equipped with this solar system, and actually OpenCV can do that. A lot of we have to just make patient by patient to develop. It's only 12 steps. It's not lots enough. But yeah, I think it's possible that what you're facing. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the quiz.
Yes, next presenter, Faisal. For the research and methods, very related skills, dataset with the blockchain, IPFS, and continuity.
the deep forest detect some location, right? Like this, the little location. So we grouping the location to get this big location. So if we use this big location, the deep forest counting detection are not good enough. Only 10 trees maybe. So we must combine all the small location like this to get the bigger picture like this.
Understand. So actually there will be more trees, but the way the algorithm works is that the small tree will be combined with one bigger, like, so-called electronic trees. Okay. Number 2.
Okay.
Okay. In my country, in Malaysia, okay, after like hot season, okay, like maybe February will be quite hot, and then we follow pretty much like Japan. Okay, we have this sakura season. Okay,
yeah.
So sakura like tree, not really sakura, but they are similar. Okay, after February or after April, when the sun is really hot, okay, then this tree produce, like so colorful flower. And then let's just say that the color, there are actually many colors, okay, white, red, yellow. So I believe this will be categorized under red in your RGB, okay?
Yes, of course.
So now, okay, these three are perfectly healthy, but now according to your calculation, okay, how you categorize this, this will fall under the unhealthy one, okay? Because they are very close to red or brown. So can you explain about this?
Okay, so if because we use the RGB, where the RGB detects only the green and the yellow, so if we have the sakura trees on this area, it will be red, of course, because we need to improve the calculation to giving the sakuras is also healthy to the system. So maybe we can add to future experiment for the sakura trees. But for now, on our paper, we focusing on the greener area, because on Indonesia there is no sakura tree or the trees that had more color, more than green and yellow, right? So that's it. That's it. Good improvement. Thank you, Dr. Zamri. Maybe our group can use that for future acknowledgement.
Thank you, Professor Joe. I just wondering. Okay, thank you again, Professor Joe. I don't see any more question in the chat box, so we will jump into number 6. Number 6 is digital survey for customer satisfaction of regional drinking water companies, PDAM, using the M Water. The presenters will also Nurholis, Priyas Sukamto, Muhammad Anas, Shahrizan Jamaluddin, Umar Sani Abdul Rahman, and I believe they are from Sekolah Tinggi Teknologi Muhammadiyah, Cilungsi, of course, Indonesia. So I believe Dr. Nurholis will lead this presentation. So without further ado, Dr. Nurholis, please have the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. I not profession in
don't worry.
House and in the road. I'm sorry. Maybe there is nothing. This author shall be Nurholis from the Pilarso. Maybe.
Are you able to present something, Nurholis?
Oh,
okay.
Never.
Okay, so there will be.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr.
So there will be no presentation. Okay, in that case, okay, I will ask the. I can ask the secretariat to run a video, because we have a video ready for this.
Yes.
So please run the video, Mr. Ahmad.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We respect the finalist team at the international conference IRU SIP 23. This moment, I want to explain the result of our research video and title Digital Survey for Customer Satisfaction of Regional Drinking Water Company (PPIM) using the water application and the Slovene formula method. And this my team, myself, team leader Nurholis, our member Larso, Ria Sukamto, Anas Sobarnas, Sahrijan, and Omar Sani. We from Computer Science Departemen Sekolah Tinggi Teknologi Muhammadiyah Cilengsi, Kabupaten Bogor, Jawa Barat, Indonesia, and Ocean Engineering Technology and Informatik, Departemen University Malaysia Terengganu. Background research, the customer satisfaction survey conducted by the Regional Drinking Water Company
and embracing sustainability, PT ABC contribute to environmental preservation, unlock economic opportunity through recycling, and enhance its reputation among environmentally conscious consumers. This circular economy approach can be applied in various industries that generate waste during their operational process. Thank you all for your time and attention. I hope the information shared today has been very
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mutiara Salsabila Putri from Telkom University for your presentation. And we'll go to the next paper entitled Metaverse-Based Learning Media to Increase Wireless Security Awareness, with the author Muhammad Habibi, Montain Nirbaya, Ahmad Zainuddin Mahmud, and Zatwan Ade Bewasana from Polytechnic Cyber, Septia Ulfa Sunaringtias from National Cyber and Crypto Polytechnic Indonesia, and the presenter will be Muhammad Montain Nirbaya. So you would like to present directly? Muhammad Montain?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
May I ask the video in this screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see. Please.
Okay. Thank you for this. Let me to open this. Good evening. My name is Muhammad Habibu Tandirbaya, and I'm from Cybersecurity Polytechnic Cyber Science in this. Yeah. Thank you for the chance for me to present this paper. So I want to present about metaverse-based learning media to increase wireless security awareness. Okay. The outline is first introduction, the new concept, learning media development, testing analysis, and in the last is conclusion and future goal. Okay, let's first talk about the introduction. Okay, we see this paper.
Exceed the benchmarks, the 97 accuracy level. Okay, this is the result discussion. We collect the data and then we separate the data into 3 types of data: training, testing, and validation. So the final result of total data we get 22,000 data for the data training, 2,000 data for the testing and validation respectively. Okay, this the image processing. We implementing 2 techniques: image scaling by scaling the image into the 150 pixel. After that, we implement the image augmentation by doing horizontal rotation to enrich the data set. Okay, this is the deep learning deployment. Prior to the classification process, we make a modification for the CNN architecture by adding the several layers, such as the polling layer, dropout, and ReLU activation function to improve the performance of the CNN architecture, MobileNet, ResNet, and Inception. Okay, we proceed to the result. For the first one experiment, which is conducted by implementing the MobileNet V2 architecture. By using this architecture, we achieve about the 97.71 accuracy. In terms of complexity, this architecture has fewer parameters. It's only used about 1 million parameters. Okay, the second one, we use a ResNet 50 architecture. These are the best architecture. The best is the architecture which managed to achieve the best performance compared to the another architecture. It achieved the accuracy about 98.17 accuracy level. Okay, the last one is the Inception. This architecture managed to achieve the 97.73, higher than MobileNet but lower than ResNet. Okay, this is the comparison, the table comparison. Based on the table and the figure, it can be concluded that all the CNN architecture used managed to achieve the very good accuracy above 97 accuracy level. As the performance comparison of each architecture, it was found that the best results were obtained by the ResNet architecture. The 3 architectures succeed in achieving an accuracy value greater than 97 in increasing. So the 3 CNN architectures are very feasible to be applied to help early detection of malaria. Okay, this my last slide. Explain about the conclusion. Okay, this is produced to a modified CNN based on CNN based on deep learning and transfer learning. All of the architecture used managed to achieve outstanding performance with accuracy rate above 97%. However, there are for the future works, we can do another research by implementing another deep learning algorithm, such the Capstan algorithm, GAN, and etc. Apart from that, the discussion related to the discovery of new technique of image processing is very feasible to be carried out, since the image processing can improve the performance of the image classification process. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to to be able to share my presentation, to share my research paper. See you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so we can have another one. Last one, last video on the unsafe action detection for human using YOLO version 7. Okay, so Raihan, can you play the video? So after this, we have a photo session. So please still remain, all the participant or presenter.
Okay. I am Mohammed Fethi Abbad, University Al Mustansiriya. I live from Iraq. Okay. The title of my paper is Unsafe Actions Detection for Humans
Today have
using
demonstrated
YOLO.
the low awareness of viral security and the importance of increasing this awareness. Besides that, the existence of metaverse with various advantages can be used as a learning media. This opens up opportunities that the metaverse can be used as a learning tool to increase viral security awareness. The goal of developing metaverse-based learning media is to educate users about viral security awareness. The author creates a metaverse environment as a learning media. Following that, the researchers run a test on a number of respondents to determine the efficiency of the media in raising viral security awareness. The result of the test showed that this learning media can increase viral security awareness. And what the future work? To creating virtual environment that is more complex and divided into several levels so it can be adapted to the user's initial abilities. Maybe we can use a Unity and Unreal Engine for more complex work. And even the future learning media to increase viral security awareness can be more sophisticated in the metaverse. This variation will make the user have many options in choosing the most appropriate learning media and help them understand better. Okay, thank you. That's that I can to present now. Thank you for the attention. Forgive me if there are any mistake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation about metaverse-based media learning. Metaverse-based learning media to increase wireless security awareness. Thank you for Muhammad Montai Hirbaya for your presentation. And then we move to the next paper presentation. The title is a single-site coverage assessment of commercial 5G and SA implementation in different area using field measurement. The author are Indah Surahmat and Widya Smoro from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Okay, we will the video, please.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to have presentation today. I would like to present my paper, my work with the title A Single Site Coverage Assessment of Commercial 5G and SA Implementations in Different Areas Using Field Measurement. So this is the outline of my presentation. Start from the introductions and methods, result and discussion, and finally the summary. And for the introductions, probably everyone here have already known about the 5G. So actually there are two types of 5G deployment right now. The first one is non-standalone, or because it uses the infrastructure of LTE network, and then the other one is standalone. It means that the 5G network deployed in a standalone network. But here is the benefit of the deployment of LTE as the first step to be commercial. There's reductions of the deployment on payment costs because the 5G network is implemented in the current LTE. And yeah, of course, now it is or it has been being deployed massively worldwide, but still there is a trade-off in terms of the future of 5G, because it uses LTE network that has some requirement like latency, for example. cannot be fulfilled because latency of 5G, which is expected to be 10 times faster than LTE, cannot be fulfilled by using this type implementations. But that is not our concern. So the other ones, the advancement feature of the 5G network is the implementation of massive MIMO beamforming. In terms of antenna technology, the site use some antennas, or we call it arrays antennas, that it can be controlled, it can be configured, what is each elements, and the most prominent feature is it can be steered in certain directions with what is targeted beam. I mean, in terms of gain or something, or can be controlled by using the number of elements that activated by the system. And something interesting is how is the beamforming or combat or does the beamforming combat the multiple channel? So in order to answer this questions, we did an assessment of a single G node B or GNB in the 3 different areas. The picture illustrates those 3 areas. We will describe later in the method sections. So the next is about the method. We did a measurement with commercially smartphone or smartphone that's available commercially in market. So we installed a signal monitoring application which read information from the GSI provided by network, and it is measured periodically to know the conditions of the propagations or some signal management power control or something else, or to know how much is the power received and something. So these applications can read the information from the smartphone, and then it also can record the signal during the measurement. So for the measurement, we used continuous mode to ensure we have we got the traffic beam. So as you can see, the position in the smartphone is in the front of chest. So it is like when you are reading what is news, or you are watching a video or something else, CPs, online TVs, and it is like reading positions. So we use this mode during the measurement, and as you can see from the picture, also this is the route that we used for the investigations. As you can see also here, the color represents conventional sectoral ID, like the sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3. It follows LTE antenna directions of yes. And as I mentioned earlier, that this is a picture that we classified into 3 areas for the study: open area, shadowing area, vegetation area. Open area means that actually in this area there is no obstacle, there is no vegetation, and the signal can directly reach the receiver, that also from transmitter directly to receiver, reach the receiver without any blockage or without any reflections for the shadowing, of course, for the shadow area, because it blocks by an obstacle, the possibility the signal to reach the receiver is by probably reflections or diffractions or transmission penetration in
and then the classes. So that's the challenge for image processing. And the next one is image processing, because when we get some various data set in images, so we have to do image processing or not, because some researchers use image processing, but maybe it's depend on the architecture they use. For example, in the Gaussian convolutional network, they use Gaussian in image processing, so the CNN is boosted the result. And then the next challenges is enlarging the number of images. We can see that augmentation is do this process, but some notes we can get from a paper in what is it in there is a paper which is provide from Elkendi. Yes, the notes is image processing, image augmentation, like mirroring and then flipping and then rotating, some like that is not recommended, because we deal with medical images, we deal with medical diagnosis, so we have to be careful in this augmentation. And then the next challenges is modify or create model. We know that we can modify the pre-trained model, or we can create our model by ourselves, and this is more challenging than we modify the pre-trained model or the available architecture we use from Keras or anything else. And then the computational limit. So when we deal with medical images, some images give big computational, because their dimension is bigger. So we have to do some image processing, for example, and then we have to switch our hardware to process this deep learning, because we deal with images, not just words, because images is more difficult in computational, it's costly computational than words. And then the last one is model evaluation. From these researches, some researchers just use accuracy. So I think in this deep learning, especially in brain tumor classification, because this is a medical diagnosis, so we have to deal with more model evaluation, such as F1 score, MCC, or maybe such kappa, etc. And this is more better than just we use accuracy in model evaluation. And the conclusion, we get that Brain-tumor classification can be reached by augmentation, architecture modification, detection, network generation, segmentation, and ensemble. The architecture modification is the most popular research in the last 7 years with 8 researchers from 3 publishers. And then the most challenging deep learning method is network generation because this is just one research from the other research. And then each MRI dataset provide different difficulty. We can see that many modality, many classes provide in MRI dataset, so we have to deal with it. And the more modality, the more classes we deal, it's more difficult to research, but maybe it will give you novelty. I think it's enough for me. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Farnamilata, for your presentation. It's very good. And then let's go to the next presenter. Dr. Jefka Damananda. Is the video ready?
Okay, yes, my video is ready. So let me share my screen first. Okay, oh wait. Hi everyone, my name is Jefka Damananda. I'm from University of Indonesia. Can you guys hear the sound? Of sentiment analysis and topic modeling of ICOSI application reviews using naive-Bayes and supervector machine, a case study of Segari data review on the Google Play Store. The outline of my presentation is divided into 5 sections. First, introduction, then literature study, then research methodology, then result and discussion, and the final section is conclusions and future work. First section is introduction. The background of this research is that Indonesia agriculture has significant opportunities for tech advancement, boosting productivity and market access. And then Segari is a supermarket online platform, a safe and efficient platform for farmers to sell their harvest quickly. The grocery industry relies on customer reviews for on-demand business models. Segari, as a customer-centric company, upholds the principle of being obsessed with our customer. Then measuring customer satisfaction is therefore crucial for Segari. User reviews offer valuable insight for systems to maintain service quality by leveraging positive sentiment and improving based on negative feedback. The problem statement is divided into 3 points. The first point is over the last half year, Segari has encountered persistent challenges in achieving its complaint rate targets. Then second is tackling this concern necessitates a comprehensive assessment of customer reviews. However, the significant volume of data and limited resources pose formidable obstacles. The presence of discrepancies between reviews and ratings further complicates the task, potentially leading to delays and inaccuracies. The third point is to surmount these hurdles. There arises an imperative to develop an efficient and precise machine learning model that capable of accurately discerning the sentiment expressed in customer reviews. Such a model can play a pivotal role in augmenting Segari complaint management and overall customer satisfaction strategies. The research objective of this research is obtaining a deeper understanding of customer opinion on Segari apps by analyzing reviews of the Segari apps from the Google Play Store. The research question from this research is the first one. What is the overall sentiment of cigarette apps as expressed in reviews on Google Play Store? Second is which method of sentiment analysis has the highest accuracy in classifying reviews of cigarette apps on Google Play Store? The third is what are the most frequently discussed topics that cause customer sentiments regarding cigarette apps? The second section is literature study. Sentiment analysis is a technique in natural language processing that is used to automatically identify and extract information from text. It can be conducted on various sources such as text, images, videos, or audio, each requiring unique approaches for sentiment analysis. Here are the following previous research. The first is introduce grammar information to enhance the performance of grammatical deviation distance and improve the readability of the hypothesis using post-text. Second is the performance of a naive-Bayes and k-nearest neighbor algorithm was compared for textual sentiment analysis from Google Play Store. The methodology is divided into several key steps. First, data collection, and then pre-processing data, which includes case folding, tokenization, stop removal, and steaming, and then modeling, then model evaluation using k-fold trace validation and conversion metrics. The third is a new approach for building a sentiment lexicon for Indonesian language called Sentil or Sentiment Indonesia Lexicon. And then the fourth is about head speech classification in Indonesian language using convolutional neural network. The fifth paper is about survey on the latent decline allocation algorithm. From the research, LDA is one of the most popular for topic modeling purposes. 6 is about study that compares supervisor machine, decision trees, random forest, and naive-Bayes algorithm for sentiment analysis. The methodology used in this paper was data collection and then pre-processing data, which include case folding, remove HTML text, remove punctuation, tokenization, stop words removal, and steaming. And then feature extraction using time frequency, inverse document frequency, then modeling, and then model evaluation using confusion matrix. The seventh research is about the survey from naive-Bayes and supervisor machine algorithms, and then the application of this algorithm. Based on this research, these two algorithms have been adopted as reference models or baseline in numerous research study. And then the S research is about the conduct sentiment classification using TF-IDF. The third section is research methodology. The methodology or workflow from this research is step 1, data collection, source of review data from Google Play Store, and then using the Python programming language. The library used are Google Play Scraper and Selenium. The next step is data labeling. The review data is labeled as positive and negative by 3 annotators. So the first and the second annotators will provide labels to all of the data, and then the third annotators only provides label that have differences in interpretation from the first and second annotators. The next step is data processing, which include case folding, removing URL, punctuation, numbers, space, stop words, lemmatization, extracting emojis, and tokenization. The next step is feature extraction, which include term frequency, inverse document frequency, sentiment Indonesia lexicon, Suara Indonesia sentiment lexicon, and part of speech tagging. The next step is building the model using three schemes, which are data as is, oversampling technique with SMOTE, and undersampling technique with NERMIS. And then utilizing the naive-Bayes and supervector machine classification as the algorithm. The next step is model evaluation using cross-validation and also confusion matrix. The last step is for topic modeling using latent Dirichlet allocation algorithm. Section is result and discussion. The data reviews distribution of given dataset can be seen in this figure. So the distribution is 74% for positive reviews and 26% for negative review. The data distribution is imbalanced. So for tackle these issues, three schemes are applied in the model creation. The first schemes are using original data. Second is using oversampling technique. And the third is using undersampling technique. The comparison of classification model results can be seen in this table. So we can focus on four metrics from confusion matrix, which are accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. For unbalanced data sets, precision and recall are more useful than accuracy because accuracy can provide a biased assessment towards the majority class. A high recall means the model correctly identifies as many reviews as possible from the dataset, which is the objective of this research. So the model can capture a larger number of negative reviews, which providing valuable feedback to the company, and the positive reviews for helping to maintain its competitive advantage over competitors. Next, we can see the comparisons between oversampling versus undersampling. So first, it can be seen from this table that oversampling provides better results while undersampling provides a worse results compared to original data for both the naive-Bayes and SVM algorithms. It is because oversampling with the presence of synthetic samples representing the minority class provide the model with more information to train and improve its ability to distinguish between the two classes more effectively, while undersampling method, by reducing samples from the majority class, it also reduces the information that can help the model learn patterns and features of the majority class. Next, we can compare the algorithm between naive-Bayes versus SVM. Based on this table on oversampling method, SVM produce a better result than naive-Bayes because SVM exhibits proficiency in addressing high-dimensional feature spaces and effectively identifies the optimal hyperplane for class separation, regardless of the large number of features. The SVM algorithm can handle complexity more effectively rather than naive-Bayes. In comparison to SVM, naive-Bayes demonstrate inferior performance when confronted with complex datasets. Due to its simplicity, naive-Bayes tends to exhibit less effective performance than SVM in capturing and interpreting the various intricate patterns that arise in complex data settings. But it can be seen with undersampling method, naive Bayes is a better algorithm than SVM. Naive Bayes demonstrates enhanced performance in scenarios with limited sample size and simplified data sets. Naive Bayes relies on the assumption of feature over independence in customer reviews that enabling the model to achieve a simple and efficient representation. Naive Bayes is recognized for its computational efficiency and low latency, so the computational overhead associated with SVM is unnecessary and may result in superfluous resource consumption or overfitting the model. Next, from this table, it can be seen for the result of topic modeling. So the result of this topic modeling will be forwarded to 6 teams, which are the first team is logistic team. For logistic, can gather insight from words kirim or delivery on both positive and negative data. Cepat or fast on positive data, barang or goods, and pesan or order on negative data. So logistic team can focus on improving the shipping process because customer express satisfaction with fast delivery, but however, there are some complaints regarding incorrect shipments. The logistic teams need to evaluate and enhance the logistic system to ensure accurate, timely, and order compliant deliveries. Next, for quality control team can gather insights from positive data words like kualitas or quality, segar or fresh, and fresh. QC teams should ensure the quality of products delivered to customer. Based on customer feedback, the received product quality is already good, so QC team can maintain the existing product quality. Next, for the distribution center team, can gather insights from negative data such as kosong or empty and batal or cancel. DC team can concentrate on operational efficiency and proper packaging at the store. There are customer complaints about empty or incomplete orders. DC teams need to ensure that customer orders are well packaged with strict supervision and verification of order accuracy. Next, for technology teams can focus on word application or application that found in both positive and negative data. Tech team can review both positive and negative feedback about the application. The tech team should consider customer suggestion and make improvements to the application. Focus areas for improvement could include user interface, speed, and overall app performance. Next, for marketing teams can gather insights from harga or price and promo or promotion that found in both positive and negative data, as well as voucher in negative data. Marketing team can utilize positive feedback to understand product strengths and favor shopping experiences by customer. They can also use the information to enhance marketing strategies and highlight appreciated features. Next, for customer experience teams can gather insight from layan or service on positive data, CS or customer service, and tolong or help on negative data. CX team must address negative customer feedback regarding service issues such as dissatisfaction, incorrect orders, or payment problems. CX team needs to improve responsiveness and assist customer more effectively and promptly. They can also extract positive feedback to understand what has worked well and continue best practices in providing a good customer experience. Section is conclusion and future work. The first conclusion about this research is the first, the gathered review data demonstrate a distribution of 74% for positive reviews and 26% for negative reviews. Second is the superfactor machine model combined with oversampling achieved the best model, which recall red value of 89%. The third is the result of topic modeling conclude that customer in general express contentment with the application delivery speed and the quality, also freshness of the products. However, there are specific concerns raised by some customers, such as receiving incorrect items, encountering empty or incomplete packages, and experiencing less than satisfactory responses from customer service. Moreover, diverse sentiments are found among customers regarding the user interface speed and overall performance of the application. Additionally, customers also exhibit varied sentiment concerning in pricing, promotions, and available vouchers. For future work, future research can explore the use of the advanced classification model with different classification algorithms and then word embeddings and deep learning. Additionally, by increasing the amount of label data, future study can ensure more representative samples and provide even more insightful results. Furthermore, future research can also focus on sentiment analysis of reviews for other companies and compare them to Sagari to provide valuable insight into different customer perspective and improve company service. Okay, everyone, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jeff Dharmananda, for your the presentation. So currently we come to the question and answer section. Is there any participant who want to ask the question or curious about other research current work? Please raise your hand or open your camera to ask directly to the others. Yeah, please. Yeah, Dr. Fuad Hamaminata, you can ask directly to the other speakers.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to ask, I have two questions, actually three, but the last one I cannot, what is it, get the point. So the first one is from Fajar. It's about the machine learning result. So I forgot about the result, but may I see that the machine learning result that I see that from the presentation is how to get from the correlation with rainfall and the place and the several place there, because I don't get it the point of correlation and rainfall, and that's it. And then in Marwa, can we reduce the parameter from CNN to get better accuracy? Because Marwa use RNN and CNN, but when I see the parameter, the CNN is bigger. So I think how we can reduce the parameter from CNN to get a better result. I think that's my question. Thank you. It's clear.
Sorry for the correlation. What's the question again? Sorry.
The correlation in result, because I don't get it about the correlation result in several places in rainfalls. Yeah.
Okay. Should I answer it now or?
Yes, you can answer directly.
Just carry on. Just carry on.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. And the answer is the correlation. The correlation from the daily rainfall is that we use the location we use the location from rain gauges that have the same elevation or not too high or not too low elevation, and the location, the 7 rain gauges that we use are the same climate, the same what is it? It's the same climatology. There's the same. So the correlation is that the one rain gauge can be used to estimate the rainfall for the other rain gauge. It's like that.
Okay. When we, for example, you mentioned about the elevation of the sensor, yes, rainfall sensor. If we don't use the elevation, how it affect to the result?
We didn't try it yet, but maybe my suggestion is I assume that not the elevation of the sensor, but the elevation of the land, of the place that the sensor of MDPL the same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about the elevation between the sensor and the place, kan? Yeah. Because in Jakarta, it's usually same elevation between several places.
Several places, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fuad and Dr. Fajar for your discussions. Is there any other participant who wants to ask other researchers about their current research or current work?
Sorry?
Okay, is there any other researchers who want to ask about other current work? Maybe if you want to ask, please raise your hand or open the camera and ask directly. No one? Then actually, I'm curious about Professor Cites Dunda's work about the research regarding a computational approach to understand the human health. Actually, if we can read how people health is very amazing. Imagine if I can read what is in your mind, then I can predict what should I do if I meet with you. Maybe later I imagine something like that. My question is, you said that there are 4 factors affecting the health process model. The first one is environment, and then the second one is experience, or the third one is emotional inclination, and the fourth one is brain health. So if there are people who have the same environment and the same experience, but maybe I don't know, is there maybe a different brand?
Recording in progress.
Search on my references. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, great. So, question? Maybe one question? No question?